Da är du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kung C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over och ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Welcome to the broadcast of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament. We are back after a rest day for the players with three rounds to go. Today, round 7, Magnus Carlsen is leading with a point and a half. And today he's facing Wesley So with the black pieces. Judith, how do you see the tournament so far? And how did you spend the free day?
It was very nice just to walk around. The nature is so beautiful around the hotel where all the players are staying. And we are also staying there. It was nice to have some rest and little rethink how the tournament was going on, and I'm pretty sure that for the players it was also a good break. Though it is very difficult to say for whom is it better or worse. For the players who are not performing so well, for example, like Grischuk, I think he would kind of think that the sooner the tournament better, the easier it is for him, because really things are not really working at all on his way, this whole thing. While for Magnus, of course, I think he's ready to play every day, and also some of the other players who are in good form, they don't mind to have a free day, because it is nice to somehow recharge your batteries. But it's also, they are professionals, so they are actually treated very well in this event, I think, having 2 free days for 9 games. But they deserve it also, because it's very challenging, the format what we are playing here right now.
As you mentioned, very challenging format. And let's just remind everybody that we are witnessing a chess revolution here in terms of the matches. There is no draw, in a sense that if the classical game is drawn, the players need to play an Armageddon game where white has an extra time, extra 3 minutes, but in a must-win situation, meaning that if black makes a draw in the Armageddon, black is rewarded the full point. If you can bring up the cross table from Christopher Grassley one more time. Thank you so much, Christopher, for comparing the scoring system of Norway chess to regular events. I always find it really interesting to go through it, except for the fact that we don't know much about hockey. But if we compare our event to a regular super tournament, we see that Magnus Carlsen would be leading together with 3 other players. It would be a 4-way tie if it was the regular scoring system, while here at Norway Chess, he has a 1.5 lead. How do you see this, Judith, in terms of how well the world champion has adjusted to this system, and he plays with what we have? He doesn't mind that if it's a draw in a classical game, he has to go for an Armageddon. He tries, of course, in classical, but then the Armageddons, he has won 5 Armageddons so far and 1 classical game.
Well, I think it is the main issue here in this format, I think. First of all, what is the concentration level of the players? Because if they concentrate, they can adjust themselves to the Armageddon game, and they are really ready for that 20 minutes to focus, and really it means that they cannot think about anything else for a second, right? That it's really happening there, and every second, fraction of a second, it can be a decisive mistake, as we saw it in so many games already. So they really have to be extremely focused and concentrated. And I think Magnus is the player who showed it so many times already, that in critical moment, in critical situation, in crucial situation on the board and in the tournament situation, he's able to focus and exclude all the rest, what is really happening in the outside world, out of the chess world, out of the chessboard. And this is why we see him winning, because in those situations, for example, in the last match against Dingley Ren in the Armageddon, it was very clear, and that was not the only game. It was the same thing what he did against Mamed Jarov. Actually, it was pretty similar scenario. He didn't have really too much chance. It was a different color bishop with a rook and bishop each.
Indeed.
And just he's just ready there, being so focused and so concentrated, and moreover on everything, on top of everything, he just wants to win so desperately, so much, that he creates these mating impossible ideas, and somehow the opponent is hypnotized and enters into the losing thread. Like, for example, yesterday, or day before yesterday, in the previous round against Dingley Ren, he made this surprising king h3, bishop f7, and suddenly it was so shocking that Dingley Ren was actually giving up the rook.
Yeah, he blundered his rook. He didn't see the threat.
He still had a saving move, while he had a better position, actually, and draw was, of course, enough. But actually, he made a move, and he just blundered the rook. So all these things are happening again and again in Magnus's game, but we cannot call it luck. It's like he creates his own luck and these situations. And because he never gives up, never ever, until the last move, it's checkmate, it's a handshake. And this is something for many players, it happens that they know that they are winning, they know it's a draw, it's over, and they keep their concentration only 99%. And Magnus is there 100. He wants it so much. And this is what we witnessed in a few games with Magnus.
Yeah, that is true. And at the same time, we are already showing our playing hall today. And for the remaining 2 rounds, we have a new playing venue. We are at the Stavanger Concert Hall, and it's a lovely building. Judy, this is your first time in the concert hall. What is your impression on all this?
Well, this is amazing, and I also saw the playing hall. It's the players have fantastic conditions, fantastic playing conditions. The hall is beautiful, and it is nice to play in such a circumstances. And for us, it's very nice to work in this environment. The sea is behind us, which you can't see necessarily, but we are seeing the playing hall now.
And these gigantic ships. We are at the harbor of Stavanger. What a sight from where we are sitting with Judith. But we will be looking at the players mainly and not the ships.
Exactly, and we see that I think Magnus arrived, but already his opponent Wesley is ready to play with the white pieces, and of course he knows it already with this time control and the system we have here. The players not only have to be prepared for a classical game first, they do play that, but they know in back of their mind that if it's a draw, they will have only a few minutes to recover and play the playoff. And actually today that we are playing here at the concert hall, it is a little bit different because they cannot go up to their room.
I was thinking of the same when you
But
mentioned.
I'm pretty sure that they have their notebooks around with the trainer or seconds, so they will have this opportunity still to check on their notebook what to play. Though I think in the Armageddon game, before that, I think the most important thing is the psychological mindset, where you can, whether you can relieve from the problems you had or the chances you had in the classical game, and how much you can focus there. But I think it's a very difficult challenge, and it's a very new challenge for the players, which not every player can adjust so easily.
I agree. And also, if we look at Magnus Carlsen's tournament, it's been a dream event so far for the world champion, as well as every single tournament he played. He has won every chess event he played this year in 2019. And if we also include the World Blitz Championship, World Rapid and Blitz in December, it's been an amazing streak for the world champion. He hasn't lost a game for 65 games, but he was close to it. He was close to it here on day 2 against Levon Aronia. That was a very narrow escape by the world champion. And the day before, the free day against Ding Liren, it was also a tight rope that he was walking on. So he's doing very well, but he was close to not being unbeaten.
Yes, absolutely. It's he shouldn't think about this during the game, and that's the main danger he has if he thinks about that. That wow, for 65 games nobody beat me, because you know that eventually it will happen, right?
Yeah.
So he has to take off this thing from his mind. And the game we have a Sicilian. I wonder if it's going to be an anti-Sicilian or Wesley So will be entering into the Sveshnikov as well, as previously Maxim did, if I remember well. And I
Wesley's
doubted
thinking
that
about
it was a surprise to Wesley, of course. It's,
Can't really be a surprise, but he's taking his time. And just a reminder to our viewers as well that last year Magnus started very well here at the Norway Chess Tournament, but it was Wesley who stopped him. So certainly this isn't the easiest of games. But I'm pretty sure that Magnus is not going into it that confidently as last year, when he said that Wesley was basically just making draws against him. He didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. He thought it would be a solid game, and he lost with the black pieces against Wesley, and that's how he gave up his lead last year here in Stavanger.
well, I think actually for Wesley it must be always a big challenge to play against Magnus, to play against the world champion. So this is the good and not so good for Magnus. Of course, people, I think, many times play against him in a different way. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. But definitely they are, I think, more motivated because only if this game he wins, it is a much bigger success than to win another game in this tournament. After all, to beat the world champion in a game, it always worth more, even though that it's only the same amount of points you deserve than if you won it against anybody else.
Now that you mentioned how difficult it is to play against Magnus, I recall that Wesley annotated his game, the game he won last year here against Magnus, And he said those words. I think I read it first in New in Chess, and now it's also included in ChessBase. He said, people like to say that I don't play my best against Carlsen. Don't think I hadn't noticed that, but it took my dad, Renato, to explain it to me. And then he goes on to explain. He told me it's like being a very young and talented soccer player and having pictures of Pelé all over your room and knowing by heart every game he ever played. You think about him, dream about him, grow up wanting to be as good as him, and when playing by yourself, even pretend you are him. And then one day, Pelé suddenly appears on the field. You can't move, you can't breathe. Everything is a blur. Which goalposts are yours? You feel like you may faint or die. You're overwhelmed because he's older, bigger, and he has years of experience on you. You see that you are a kid with oversized dreams. Playing Carlsen in Norway is probably like playing Pelé in Brazil. It has good points in that the focus is always on him, and no one really cares about your games unless you lose to him. You can be sure of a dismissive attitude from the Norwegian commentators and the local audience who only came to see one player, who is that brown boy anyway. So these were some of the thoughts of Wesley, and then he goes on to say, I appreciate this because it's very freeing not to carry the burden of expectation. It allows me to focus on the excellence of the Altibox Norway chess experience, which is one of the best organized events in Europe, a professional chess player dream tournament. I really love Stavanger, and after a meal of my favorite food, salmon, I went to play my game against the favored son of Norway, whom in my 3.5 years of professional play, I had never beaten in a classical game. These were Wesley's thoughts last year before his game against Magnus, the first time ever he managed to beat the world champion. Pelé.
Yeah.
All over, on posters all over your bedroom, and then you face him on the field. I like the part when he's saying, which goalpost is mine?
Yeah. Yes, but it is really this issue. I remember when I was playing against Kasparov and Kramnik and some of the biggest champions. And many players, I was witnessing that simply, for example, against Kasparov, we couldn't get out of the opening properly. So you do play, the psychological battle starts already much before you sit down at the table. So it seems like it's open Sicilian, and we are going to witness another Sveshnikov, I believe, between Wesley and Magnus Carlsen. So it's already c takes d4, knight takes d4, and we'll get back to this, I think, in a later stage, because now they will be flashing out, I think, the moves knight f6. But we have a very sharp position already between Ding and Mamedyarov.
Oh, let's check in with this one.
This is the sharpest opening so far. It started out with a Grunfeld, an f3 Grunfeld. And Mamedyarov is playing quite frequently the Grunfeld system. He also played it against Magnus, but it didn't turn out really well, even though he escaped in the classical game in there, but in the Armageddon he slipped. He couldn't make it. I think it's all these moves are pretty much theory. I'm just wondering that this position, what actually we are having on the board, is this still theory?
Yes,
It
and
is.
there are still a couple of games where both white and black were high rated. Lanier Dominguez played it twice with the black pieces. One time it was at Alexander Grishuk, his opponent, and the other game is against Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Yeah, these openings, of course, as we witnessed in previous rounds, I mean, for example, previous round when Magnus played the queen b3 move, already move 5, and he sacrificed the pawn and move 8. This is contrary. Both players know the theory very well. They both analyze still this position, so we don't know what they will come up with from their own head, at which point it will be. But for sure, until knight f3, they play very fast, and we are already at the 19th move. It is a very complicated position. As in the Grunfeld system, there are many different lines where you have different values in the position. Of course, in this position, if we analyze black's situation, Black has a pawn down, which is it is important, but for the moment Black is looking for counterplay. His rook is standing excellently already on the c file. The g7 bishop is excellently and very powerfully attacking the 3-3 knight, so at one point it may exchange. And for now the threat is bishop c3 as queen e4, but it seems that rook f7 was played for now. But, well, I don't know if was there any game on this, but for example, takes on c3 and queen e4 would come to your mind if you not necessarily analyze it for hundreds of hours.
Yeah, we are still following the Dominguez games I mentioned earlier, both against Grishuk and Wojtaszek. And the third game I see is Daniel Bocatura with the white pieces against Denis Wagner. But the game
E1
is advancing very quickly, and Queen E1 is not what Wojtaszek and Grishuk played. So Dingren is going for something
So it seems like
that
it
wasn't
now
played on elite level.
Yeah, so it means that queen e1 was not played probably.
It was played by Daniel Vocaturo
okay.
and Tal
Sorry.
Baron 2500s, but not on a super tournament
But
level.
it was 2 years ago. It was in 2016 as far as I see.
Yeah, and the Tal Baron game in 2018. I wonder if the players are aware of these two games, as the
Okay.
other two would be more normal that they know the games of the Dominguez, Wojtaszek, and Grishuk.
So Black is kind of playing for compensation. His development is much better in some sense because their pieces, his pieces is more active. And the knight on b6 usually not standing too well. But here knight a4 will be coming, I believe, or knight c4 at some time. But moreover, knight a4 is the move which Black can look after. For example, now already it's an interesting try, I think, knight a4. And if, let's say, knight a4, bishop a4, attacking the rook. But it's not only that, but bishop c2 is a very important square for the bishop or for the rook. And really the g7 bishop can be extremely powerful in such a positions. So playing b3, for example, it looks really scary for white. I would even wonder to play knight e5 with the idea that
Wow.
white can't really take it so
Wow.
easily because queen e5. So there are a lot of tactical things.
Threatening mate on b2, on a1, and the bishop is hanging. Just a few threats to mention.
Yeah, so there are a lot of tactics, but of course it would be extremely difficult to play it with for the players also if they wouldn't have analyzed it. But now we don't know exactly like for example, this move seems to be kind of surprise for Mamedyarov. At least he's not reacting instantly on the move queen a1. The idea of queen e1, I think it's multiple. First of all, he can go queen h4 at some point to attack on h7.
Yeah.
The other one is to defend the pawn on e4 if occasionally Black would be taking this. But actually we do have a move, rook c5.
I was curious if he would go rook c5 because the only two games that are in the database after queen e1 followed with rook c5. So it seems to be a theoretical line, even if there are only very few games for it. Rook c5 is the best according to the database, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure who outprepared who in this game. We shall see.
Well, it is a lot of tactics. Clear that now Black is trying to eliminate the g5 bishop possibly, and even sometimes just sacrificing the exchange can be possible. But knight e5 is always a move which can be considered. On the fifth rank, the rook stands very powerful and controlling the fifth rank, so e5 kind of moves also not possible so easily maybe. Or knight d5, for example.
Judith, let me tell you how those two games followed after rook c5. In both cases, white played bishop to e7. These are games by grandmasters, but not from the super tournaments that you are probably following. These are from open tournaments. And in both games, black decided to sacrifice an exchange. So
Rook
we have
E7.
one game with rook takes c7 and the other game is with rook takes c3.
Ah, okay.
Where do you want to sacrifice an exchange is the question.
And how was rook c3? B takes c3 because white is going to go e5 and block the g7 bishop.
E takes c3, queen c8, and rook
E5?
rook d4 was Tal Baron's move. E5 is probably just as strong, but rook d4 was played by white. Queen c5, queen c1, and it was unclear, but white still went on to win it in 35 moves.
There are not so many openings like this that they really flesh out the first 20 moves. And I was not playing too many openings like this. It was kind of scary to go into a sharp line and then look around. And actually we have on the board bishop d2. So they
Bishop
are
D2.
playing a blitz game, it seems, at least until this point.
So bishop d2 is a novelty as far as I can see. I
Well,
don't have any games for
after
this.
bishop e7, actually in this position, I'm not surprised that white is really taking good care of the black square bishop, because it seems like that's the most important piece on the board, especially that black has this powerful g7 bishop. So bishop d2 is quite logical, and actually it seems like queen e1 not only had the previously mentioned ideas to protect the pawn and to go to a g4, h4 with the queen, but also to come back bishop d2 and strengthen the defense over the c3 knight.
Bishop d2 prevents both exchange sacrifices because now taking on c3 doesn't make that much sense as
Well,
before.
it's still possible to give a sacrifice on f3. You can always
Oh.
do a knight e5.
There's a third one.
But I think this should be little overestimate the chances.
Yeah,
Even
it's not
though black
opening up
is-
the position where we want to as black.
Yeah, but the knight is very strong. So if
Still concrete, yes, you're right. It has some concrete ideas.
but I think the rook on c5 is not standing perfectly for this. Maybe white would be going queen e3. So I think rook f3 does not feel to be the best option. I think, for example, knight a4 is something really to consider, because now white has to decide how to react. And for example, if knight takes a4, bishop takes a4, rook c1 as b3 is not very advised to give more opportunities on the long diagonal. So white would be going rook c1, and I think after rook c1, it's either bishop c1, which is completely okay, and here I think white has probably a huge advantage. The threat is bishop c4, for example, pin the rook, and it seems that white is really defending over the b2 and the queen side front of the king, all those pawns. So knight a4 probably is not the best. Knight e5 is something completely to consider, I think. This is one of the alternative. Also bishop c6 would be something I would consider, put pressure on the e4 pawn. This is definitely something I would think about. But white is not only with the bishop d2, it's not only that he defended the c3 knight, but also gives the opportunity for himself to play knight g5 at certain point of the game. So we'll see.
This is a very exciting position, and we shall see how deep the preparation of Dinglian is. He went for this queen e1, bishop d2 move. Shahryar may or may not be on his own. We will know once he makes a move and how quickly he will respond to this bishop d2 move. But let's check what's happening in the other games, because it's an exciting round.
We have a very interesting opening between Vasily Legrave and Alexei Grishchuk. Grishchuk seems to have to be very tired, I think. He just flew from another tournament.
Yep. From Moscow.
To here, where actually he played very well, so he lost a lot of energy there.
And since it was a knockout system and he did very well, he stayed till the end.
Yes, but actually it is also very interesting to discuss the system of the knockout.
Yeah.
Because some people, of course, the whole chess world is discussing the format and what is something that the chess world should be moving in forward. Is it the system what we have here in Norway chess, or is it something that it should be the knockout more, or should it be different time controls, how it should be the playoffs? And knockout is one of the systems I remember. I think it came in the first time for the World Championship. It was 97, I believe. which was a knockout system world championship, and of course everybody was, or many people were very much outraged on that how can you make a world championship making a knockout, which was, of course, they had the big point there. And there are many tournaments was organized, mostly rapid events in knockout systems. But for example, in Norway, I think it would be extremely difficult, because if you have a knockout system event, and let's say Magnus has a bad day, I mean, it's true that what Leslie said, that in Norway, apparently, it happens to be the main interest on Magnus, right? So let's say we have a knockout tournament and Magnus has a bad day and loses, it would drop dramatically the interest of the Norwegian public, right? So, and it's always nice to see the world champion playing every day. So you take a lot of risk having a knockout, and it has a completely different rhythm. I liked it from some point of view to have the knockout, because what Grischuk must have experienced, and of course all of us who went all the way in such a system, that, well, if you play badly, you have 1 or 2 bad days and you're free to go home. While if you're winning one match after another, even if you're tired, it always gives you extra energy. So it's like you always get enough portion of energy that you win your next game. And again, of course, it takes a lot of energy out of you, the matches, the tension, and so on. But you always get more. But once the tournament is over, you really can relax that, okay, this was very tough, very difficult. And I think a knockout event gives, the players would give out more energy, because every day they know that they either go home or they stay. It's like I played a couple of times World Cup, which is still running in this format. And I remember when I was in the quarterfinal and beating Karyakin, it was like, after every round you change your ticket.
The flight tickets, you need to keep postponing your departure.
Yes, because you're always happy. You think, okay, if you lose, you have your ticket already, your departure. If you win, then it's not a problem, because you do that extra work. So the knockout system is also a very interesting issue. But I think I have the feeling that Grischuk is very tired simply, and that's why he's losing concentration at a certain point of the game.
Yeah, it's being tired, and also he didn't start with the best experience. We keep recalling his first day statement when he lost to Levon Aronian in an Armageddon game that he considers one of the top 3 most painful losses of his life. And if you call that one of the top 3 defeats of your life, that's not something that's easy to forget and have a good night's sleep after that and come back to the ring and fight again the next day. So he lost that Rukhan game with more time and a better position. And ever since we didn't see him recover, he even told us a few days ago that he pretty much gave up on his tournament. Then he bounced back with a win against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, but in round 6 he blundered a full piece against Fabiano Caruana, bishop h6, not seeing that there was a knight in between the queen and the bishop, chess blindness. It happens, but he had 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the beginning of the game practically. Okay, so we have a very interesting opening. It was a 3 bishop b5, so it's not the open Sicilian as we witnessed in the Magnus game today. g6, bishop c6. Here black has both alternatives, bc and dc6. But I think on top level more dc6 is played. h3, this is always against the possible bishop g4. e5. This is possible because after knight e5, white would go queen d4 with a double attack, the knight and the pawn. So black would be gaining back the pawn. Obviously, white is not going for this because black has the bishop, so it's not interest of white to open up the position. d3, f6. It's interesting to see that so far black only made moves with his pawns, but he's preparing very well for the potential development of his knight. Sometimes it goes to e7, but in this game it has another plan which is also quite common. White played a3. In these structures we witnessed actually, I think in previous games, for example, Levon Aronian had a similar structure against Magnus, these double pawns on the c file. White is really approaching it with a3 and b4 in order to deflect the c5 pawn from the center. Black played knight h6, b4. Actually, b4 is a pawn sacrifice. But
Yeah, thematic pawn sacrifice. I'm checking games, but there aren't any except for one that was played 20 years ago in an open tournament in Finland. So I don't think that the players are aware of that game. And this is a new territory with a thematic move that is a3, b4.
But I wonder actually why black is not taking c takes b4. I mean, after all, it's a pawn, right?
Yeah, I like that. It's a free pawn. Free
And
stuff.
after a takes b4, black would be taking bishop b4. Though after c3, black has to move back to f8 to protect the knight on h6. Probably white would be going, no, not queen b3, because it has to be defending the d3. And after d4, black could go knight f7. I don't know exactly why cb4 was rejected by black, to be honest.
Yeah, he doesn't want to try.
If bishop h6, bishop h6, a takes b4, then white is stronger in the center later on c3 and d4, but I'm not sure how much white is happy with this position. But of course, knight f7 was, generally speaking, the main idea of knight h6, and black is not bothering to take that pawn on b4. So now it's white to move. And both of the players were thinking not much so far. White has been thinking 13 minutes, while Grischuk was spending only 11 minutes. For now, I don't think white will be taking on c5, because usually in such a cases you want to wait until the bishop moves, let's say to e7 or something, only after that to take, even if you want to take. So white would be making it in 2 moves to capture it back. So I would consider c3 possibly. It's an idea. But somehow for me it seems that b4 can be a little premature.
Even if it wasn't taken.
Yeah, because it can be taken in the next move, unless white is really capturing on c5 or playing c3. And if, let's say, white is capturing on c5, bishop c5, let's say c3, black will be castling, and I don't really like white's position. And definitely it's black who is much more developed. So this is, so far, at this point, I would take it with the black pieces. Maybe we can ask our audience which side would they take in this position.
Certainly. And if you want to tell us about your opinion on this game and the event in general, you can use the hashtag Altibox and hashtag NorwayChess. We do keep an eye on the hashtags on Twitter and the other social media platforms we use for instance, contests where you can win the Fondoran, which we already mentioned in the previous broadcast.
Then let's go for another game, for example, between Yu Yanji and Aronyan. It is also, things are happening in that game. It started out with not a very sharp or complicated variation. It was the 4 knights. And d4, e takes d4, knight d4, bishop b4, knight takes c6. This is all theory. This was played, I played it with white color many times. Castle, it's actually c takes d5 is the common move, I believe. But after castle, bishop g4, it seems that it's forcing black did sacrifice a pawn right here and took back one of them. But only for a moment, because right now I think black will be taking back the c6. Either taking back, but I think it is advised to take back, because knight d5 would be something I would consider, but after that bishop h7 and queen d5 would be grabbing a pawn, so this would be not a good decision for black. I believe that queen c6 should be the move to capture back the pawn, and later also bishop g6 is a move that it's, later on could come. On the other hand, the queen stands so nice on c3. I'm also wondering if, let's say, black can be playing, let's say, bishop g6 takes, bishop c7, and then after bishop c7 to play queen c6. I mean, black has really good compensation. This isolated pawn on c2, which is really kind of lonely there. I must say. I like Black's position, even if Black would have a pawn down. But only after exchanging the white square bishop.
One of the most recent games for this variation with the pawn sacrifice was between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan-Krzysztof Duda this year at the Champions Showdown in St. Louis. But that game followed after queen takes c3 with rook b1 and bishop g6. Black was not in a hurry to take the pawn. As you said, it's there up for grab any moment. He preferred to trade the bishop first and then take on c6. And that game ended with a victory for Hikaru, actually, but it was a rapid game in 52 moves. It's not that relevant to the opening stage.
Yeah, this is very important from Black's side to eliminate the d3, the white square bishop, because after that the c2 pawn will be much weaker, because for the moment after bishop f4 we are witnessing a very powerful d3 bishop and we have queen c6 on the board. Because actually white can't really stop bishop g6 and I think Black is completely fine. I would bet on a draw in this game. So
Armageddon.
I don't know when,
soon.
but I think simply Black has a fantastic position. Bishop g6, rooks come into the center. Also f3, white cannot be proud of this move at all, because the e3 square is really something very, 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 very weak.
Yeah.
So if once Black has the opportunity to play knight d5, then it can enter into c3 or e3. So Black has really many opportunities for not even a counterplay, because he doesn't even have a material down.
Yeah, Yu Yangyi has been one of the surprise players of the event. He is the youngest and also lowest rated player. He hasn't really had the chance to play as many super tournaments as the rest of the field. He's basically
Not
yet. Not yet is a good point, because he has just been announced as wildcard for the Grand Chess Tour event in St. Louis. So you said not yet, in the very right moment. We have just seen the tweet before the broadcast. And he has been having a really good tournament. He celebrated his birthday on Saturday. And he is on second place, a point and a half behind Magnus, but second place in a field like this is pretty impressive. He beat the likes of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana, Vishy Anand and Ding Liren in Armageddon.
Well, he had a very, very tough match against Anand. He had a very bad position. But again, he was also the kind of player that he created for himself very unexpectedly against a player who is so experienced like Vishy, right? And he's a fantastic blitz and rapid player also. But still, when you lose your focus for a second, somehow the 64 squares can be too big.
Queen c8, f4, and that queen appearing on h3 was the decisive moment in that Armageddon game, and he won with the black pieces. Really impressive by Yu Yangyi, and we shall see if he is ready for an Armageddon against Levon Aronian, because as Judith said, this could lead to a draw, their classical game, but that just gives us more excitement in terms of the Armageddon. Will we see 5 Armageddons today? Will it be less? Let us know about your thoughts on the system as well and the scoring system. I saw a question earlier by Kevin Winter on Twitter. He is saying, what do you, Anna and Judith, make of 3 points for a win? He's suggesting, what if instead of giving 2 points for the classical win, it would be rewarded 3? And I think this is an open discussion. I don't think we have a clear-cut answer, because this is an experiment here.
Well, I think that for now, the most important thing that everybody tells their opinion, the pros and cons, and why is it good, why is it not so good. And I think also there has to be analysis on checking different previously played events, not only this one. Yeah. But it's possible to check previous events. Let's say just take the last 10 big events. What would have happened if you have those different kind of point system? Because, of course, it may look something very appealing at first or not too risky. But at the end, then you say, okay, but actually it doesn't work because it has this or that or whatever. So you really have to see it from many different angles. Also discuss it with the players. What is the experience? How do they feel? Which part is more sensitive? Whether it encourages them to make more fighting in the classical game, or actually they are much more happy to put the pressure off on the classical and put everything double or nothing in the Armageddon. Or I was wondering, for example, that seeing this event, it occurred to me that what happens if, let's say, the players would not get 2 hours, but actually it would be shorter.
An hour.
It would be, let's say, only an hour or even 45 minutes. And they would get, let's say, bonus time from the very beginning, maybe 5 seconds or 10 seconds, which is not much, really. Just for that you don't have to keep it in mind that from 41 or 61 or when do I start getting extra time? So make it as simple as possible to understand it for the public and also not to for the players that here in the Classic from move 41 they get extra seconds. Then in Armageddon it's from 61. So it's a little confusing. I'm always on the side to make it as simple as possible for the players and also for the audience. I believe that it's a good thing. But because I'm not sure, I'm really not sure whether how much the quality of the games would be better or worse if it's only 1 hour and they get continuously bonus time. Because this way we witnessed a few games. For example, Anand was playing against Yu Yang, I believe, that he had a very difficult end game. And then he knew that actually the final phase of the game, it was definitely a blitz game. It was not a classical game anymore. He had to make decisions because of the time, right?
That's true.
So there are a lot of questions and issues, and I think everybody is happy if there are a lot of discussions going on. And with statistics, that why is it good? Because I think the chess world is changing with this time control, and I think chess can be very well promoted and televised. But of course, it must be interesting. But it also has to be serious enough for the players as well, and also for the players. I hope that we will have such a time control pattern or standard which the players can use to, and then to really prepare for that kind of time control, because it is, trust me, it is very difficult to play different kind of games. I remember when I was playing in competition and we started to have bonus times, and it was so different for me because I was very much playing the actual, from sportive point of view, the psychology of the game, my opening preparation, when do I make the risky move, when do I make a move that my opponent has to calculate because he's in time trouble. But of course, this was a completely different issue when my opponent suddenly started to get 30 seconds after every move, because practically they couldn't go into they couldn't go into such a time trouble that it makes such a confusion that they make a serious mistake or they cannot calculate it. And for example, a player like Grischuk, he could take a very big use of that. Or for example, Karpov, when he was still playing, it was also for him, it was a saving. I mean, I think that's why he could really play for so long, because of this bonus time. But it is a lot of issues there, that what is good and how it is changing really the outcome and the quality of the game.
Yeah, and now we have the opposite situation, that we have basically every single tournament with increment or delay at the Grand Chess Tour events. And for that reason, it's difficult for the players to adjust to the time control here, because there is no increment until move 41 or move 61. That's why they seem to be faster and more nervous even when they still have time on the clock. They are not used to the fact that there is no increment.
And it's not only that, but they don't have simply experience.
Yeah.
So they don't know what they have to experience in every game if they are reaching to move 40 whatever, 45 or whatever, when they really have only the time which is left out of the 2 hours, and 10 seconds is really very slim.
Yeah.
It is not much.
Yeah, there's a lot to discuss, and we would love to bounce back the ball to you guys if you want to let us know about your opinion on the scoring system, the time control, the Armageddon. There are so many aspects to this new format here at Norway Chess that can be discussed as an open discussion, because this is an experiment and we do want to know your feedback. No one says that this is the perfect system and this is how it has to be. The organizers are very brave to experiment with such a revolutionary format, both in classical and in terms of the Armageddon, the scoring system. They have changed everything that can be changed about the regular Super Tournament. So let us know about your thoughts by using the hashtag Altibox and hashtag Norway Chess, so that we can keep talking about this and form maybe an idea on what is it that we should see in the future at other super tournaments.
Yeah, how it can be polished the way that the audience is very happy and the players are also happy and they can handle all this pressure. I don't know how many games they have to play.
Indeed.
But for now, they have to play 2 games if they make a draw in the Classical. I want to go back to the game between Wesley So and Magnus, because we were at the very beginning where we saw that it's going to be a Sveshnikov. And actually, it was in move 13, H4 was played. I played it, I think, quite a few times. But it's one of the main lines. The main idea is definitely that it's not allowing black to go to G5 and to go to the H6 C1 diagonal. And I liked it very much to play H4 myself. Black plays G6 in order that he wants to move his bishop to G7, and then later on keeping the option to play bishop H6. But not only that, but also that he might play F5 at some point. But of course, once you play H4, you're also very much tempted to go H5 and at some point open up the H file. Knight E7, I'm pretty sure we have quite a few games on this. Knight C3, Knight D5, Knight D5, Bishop E6.
I'm going to bring up the games, and I also wanted to mention a tweet by one of the seconds of Fabiano Caruana, Grandmaster Christian Kirill. Thank you, Christian, for the tweet. He tweeted a couple of moves back when Castle Kingside happened by Magnus, that by that stage of the game, Wesley has spent already 15 minutes, and if we now look at the position, it's similar to he has used half an hour to reach a position that is not new. And so Christian's tweet was, why did Wesley spend 15 minutes on this? And now we could say, why did Wesley spend half an hour on this? Why is he thinking so long on something that's known?
Because when you're not sure where you're going to find an advantage, actually you know exactly there is no real advantage. You know the different alternatives in the position, but I've experienced this, that I've seen people thinking as early as move 1 quite some time that's what they want to really to play. But in such a case, also it can happen that you're kind of frustrated against the Sveshnikov, and you're not sure that, okay, if he's going to play this, which he's going to play, okay, I will come up with something because I know all the lines, how it's more or less is played. And here probably Wesley does not have a concrete, specific idea, novelty, how to do it. He just thinks that, okay, at the board he will figure out something, which you can say that it's not professional, but I think it happens with many players, or quite some players, that sometimes you just enter into this line and say, okay, I will do something, what feels comfortable, the way I feel that it can be unpleasant. And actually, we also have to point out that it's not a risky position for white.
Yeah.
So you have to make very serious mistakes in order to make a big damage to your position. So when I said that when Wesley sat down to the board, it is very clear that, I mean, probably he sat down to the board knowing that most likely he's going to play 2 games today. And well, it's interesting whether is he going to play bishop h3. I think that's one of the main moves, forcing black to take. Black is taking, I think, on d5, or black can also play queen d7, actually.
For the current position, I only have found 2 games in the database, and both were played over 20 years ago at open tournaments between club players. I don't think is that relevant anymore for opening theory, but certainly the ideas, the strategic ideas in this position are known, even if not this exact position.
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty surprised that we have such a few games. Bishop h3 would be the logical follow-up and to play here. Because if black would take on d5, then white would be capturing it. For the moment, rook c8 is not possible because of the h3 bishop. So black, I'm not even sure how he's playing, but I think it's a very nice position for white. So after bishop h3, I believe queen d7 would be the move. And actually, if white would have his king on f1, then king g2 could be something to consider. But now white has to decide how to continue with his bishop, whether, well, if he goes back, then it was no fun to play bishop h3, while if white takes on e6, f takes e6, Then black covered the weak square on d5, so white is pushed back to go to e3. Of course, after h takes g6, I like white's position from some point of view, but white has to be careful that d5 is not coming. But I think this can be interesting because the g4 square can be very important for white. For example, queen to g4 and then white castles. It can give back a very difficult situation. After bishop h3, there is one more idea I think maybe what Magnus would want to play is f5. But after that, h takes g6, h takes g6, e takes f5. And if g takes f5, I don't know. Of course, the d5 knight has to be protected from the queen on d1, so I believe that queen h5 would not be possible. But, so actually after bishop h3, f5 has to be considered. So I'm curious how Wesley will continue. Black can try to play b4, that's one of the things, but also the other which can be usually unpleasant for white is rook c8 and rook c5. So black will try to capture the d5 in a way that white has to take with the pawn. Then it would give a fantastic position for black, and actually black could be taking over. So now I'm curious if bishop g2 will be played or bishop h3. Those are the main two moves, I must say.
We shall see what Wesley will come up with, but certainly he's taking his time to decide, so we'll switch to the Caruana Anand game in the meantime.
Yeah, we haven't looked at this game yet. It's an open Spanish played by Anand, who it was his backline for quite a long time while I was in competitive chess. We had quite a few games. I have some nice memories winning against Vichy in some open Spanish. And knight bishop e3, this is one of the alternatives. The other alternatives are knight d2 or playing c3. But even I think queen e2 is possible. But bishop e3 is actually stopping black to develop the bishop to c5, bishop e7, and only after that c3. Castle, knight bd2 happened. Here also there are different moves from black side. For example, queen d7. I believe f5 was another alternative, and bishop g4 is also always has to be considered because the pin here, well, first of all, black is threatening to take the pawn right now. Well, actually, I'm not sure. It doesn't, because after rook e1, black cannot take this because I guess knight...
Tactics.
Yeah, I guess knight takes e4. And yeah, and if black takes here, then
there's no more pin.
Queen d8, and the
take the
intermediate
check,
is not a
G
help
takes.
because the bishop is hanging. While after knight e4, bishop f3 would be very good if white would have to take it back because the f3 square is weak. But I think after bishop f3, white would be capturing on d5. And it leads to white's advantage, I believe. And after rook e1, knight takes d2, bishop d2, queen d7, h3. Black, of course, he is not giving up this bishop, no way. And white played a4. I'm pretty sure that we have games on this also.
Let me check.
But now that the bishop is on h5, black will have to watch it, his pawn on d5. This is very important. Here in these structures, b4 is possible, or to play rook b8, that is the most natural, or to play after a4, rook d8. Already thinking of worse times when the d5 may be hanging once the bishop is moving away from d2. And in these cases, a takes b5, a takes b5. For example, rook a6 at some stage, it can be unpleasant to attack from the side the c6 knight.
Actually, for the current position, I don't see any more games, and that is rook e1 was already a rare move. Fabiano is improving on his own games as well as other games that were played recently. That is Fabiano against Anish Giri went for rook e1. No, sorry, instead of rook e1, knight takes e4. And another more recent game was between Sergei Karyakin and Vishy Anand at the Sinkfield Cup last year. That was also with knight takes e4. So most of the top games I find for this line were all continued with knight takes e4.
Well, because the only real question is really knight e5. If takes, bishop takes, queen d5. But it seems to be a nice position for white. Though black can take, and rook d8. Why was this not played? That's a good question.
Judith, it's time to return and test this over the board. What do you think?
It's a matter of home preparation. No, I wonder what the white had in mind. The other idea, which I doubt, if takes g takes f, d takes e4, and whether f takes e4, but this looks really strange for white. I mean, black may play queen c8 and to look for something counterplay really on that diagonal. Yeah, this is a good question, why knight e5 is not possible to play.
So rook e1, that leads to a position that was only played in a few games, and two of them were between two unrated players, and the third one at an open tournament. So there is actually no games where grandmasters would have tried this rook e1 move in this position. It took Vishy almost 10 minutes to take on d2, so he calculated
Well, of
probably
course.
the most forcing lines as
Well,
you
if
showed.
it comes as a surprise, then of course you don't take knight e5, but you go for the other one. But I think it was a kind of a success for white to
The preparation.
Yeah, that black took by himself on d2 takes, and now he's thinking. White has. I mean, right now I would prefer to play it with the white pieces. But okay, after rook d8, takes, maybe queen e2. It doesn't seem to be so difficult for black, but the structure is extremely typical in these things.
We'll come back to this game later, and let's check one more time the Wesley So Magnus Carlsen game. Magnus is the leader of the tournament with a point and a half ahead of Yu Yangyi, and even more of a lead ahead of the rest of the field, like including Levon Aronian.
I doubt that we will see anything different than a draw in this game, because after bishop h3, black did not play queen d7, but he went for the immediate queen d5, bishop d5, queen d5, b4. And Wesley was spending nearly 40 minutes already. And
Accidents can happen even at the concert hall. We are, of course, if you are wondering about the background noise or anything, that is, we are in the middle of the hall, the concert hall, wide open, beautiful place, but that's also not the studio surrounding that you may be used to, which is great for the spectators who come to see the tournament in person.
It's in this wonderful hall. The playing hall is really gorgeous. So it's very nice to see there. So after b4, what is Wesley's plan? This is a big question. Is he going to take on g6 already now, or he still keeps the tension? c4 I would be considering, which is pretty obvious. But then I think black will be just playing queen b6, possibly queen c5. And of course, it will be not easy for white to look for real chances. But let's see what Wesley can create in this position.
I'm curious how he will try, because he should try.
I don't think he has the feeling that he has
No?
great chances in this game. I think he's maybe already thinking that in what form, in which line can he unbalance Magnus in the
The Armageddon.
Because of course if the game finishes, then it's another 15 minutes, and you have to have
Yeah.
you have the same problem again. The only difference is that you are in a must-win situation.
In terms of Wesley's Armageddon experience so far, he lost to Dingley Ren in the Armageddon with the black pieces. It was a beautiful attacking game by Dingley Ren. Then he drew against Alexander Grishuk with the black pieces, so he got the full point with that draw. He drew against Fabiano Caruana. That was another full point for Wesley in the Armageddon because of the black pieces. But when he had the white pieces against Vichy, Vichy was very solid, and
Yeah.
Wesley couldn't do anything. So he may be afraid of the situation that Magnus also is not an easy nut to crack.
Well, of course it's extremely difficult to crack Magnus, and he's one of the players who believed that probably playing with the black pieces, it would not give difficulty
Yeah.
for the black side to make a draw. But okay, let's see what Wesley is up to in this position. I think he was already supposed to make a move, and I think it's c4 we have on the board.
Yeah, you are right that the few times Magnus was not that convincing in Armageddon was when he was in a must-win situation with the white pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and also against Dingley Ren he wasn't doing well at all.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but in both of the matches, in one of the matches, he missed his winning chances previously, and in the other game, he could not be happy at all either because, well, he could be happy because he sneaked out
Yeah.
and he saved the game,
Against
but
Dingley Ren.
something really went wrong for him. Okay, so we'll get back to this position. Let's go back a little bit to. We haven't seen it. We were talking long time ago about Dingley Ren against Mamedyarov, the very sharp Grimfeld.
A theoretical line that they are playing, and we shall see who is better prepared. Both players have used half an hour, so the time situation doesn't tell much
But
about
okay,
the
by
story.
now they are out of book and they are on their own at the board.
Yeah, that's
After
all we know.
Bishop d2, bishop e6. Well, it's not 100% because they may
Are they
just
acting?
think. No, because sometimes it happens that you have different alternatives and you decide that, okay, I will be deciding it at the board how I feel. So they may be not completely out of book. But, for example, this move e5, for sure, it was analyzed not necessarily exactly in this position, but just to feel the pattern, the idea. That it's very clear that once the rook is on c5, e5 can be very strong also, even though the rook is on c5, because the knight will have the opportunity to bring his knight to e4. But on the other hand, the e5 move is giving back a pawn, and after bishop e5, white simply played bishop d3. Now white's development seems to be excellent. And but there are a lot of questions here, a lot of questions for black. Like one of the question is, can he take on d6? I have doubts about this because I think white will be just playing knight e4, and also later knight g5 looks kind of pretty scary for those two bishops. And if rook d5, I mean, also bishop c3 looks kind of powerful, even though knight a4 can be happening here. So if knight e4, rook d5, if white takes knight takes d6, rook takes d6, and the d3 bishop is under attack. But white can go, for example, bishop b4. Black's position seems to be very shaky, I must say. And also, without the black square bishop, there are much more dangers for black. So after bishop d3, bishop d6 is something to consider, but I think it's very risky. So there are quite a few questions. Of course, I would want to go knight a4 as fast as possible, for example. And if knight a4, queen a4. So
Already 4 pieces of black are threatening the white king, and there aren't many defensive pieces. It's looking really scary.
but after knight a4, what should white do? Maybe white should go taking on e5, and after knight takes e5, Now the d3 bishop is under attack. There are a lot of things happening. For example, after knight a4, now I'm wondering if, but I think that's too much. I was wondering of bishop
Bishop takes.
g6, and then taking on e5, and after rook a5, queen h4, but rook h5 is a great saving.
Prevents mate
So
on h8.
bishop g6, I think it's, for the moment, it's not very much advised to do something like this. Knight e4 is possible, but it looks kind of scary here. It's very scary.
I would be extremely scared with the white pieces because there's so much going on the queen side. At the same time, the h file is
I
semi-open,
wonder-
so both kings are shaky.
But I wonder if bishop a2 is possible and queen e6. And probably b3 is the only move, because after this, black would be coming with his queen from b3, from e6 to b3.
Yeah, threatening mate on b2,
But
and the
I
bishop was
have the
hanging.
feeling that b3 is possible, and the black square bishop covers the a5, which could be danger, and the d3 bishop covers the c2. So maybe bishop
Holding
a2 is
on to the
also-
defense so far.
But okay, now for example, if black takes knight b2, knight c5, knight d3, this can be dangerous. And after knight d3, I believe that black can go bishop a2. And
Wow.
if takes, then check and check. And after king c1,
The c7 square is covered by the d6 pawn, luckily for white, but this still looks
well, black
very
has a draw
questionable.
for sure.
At least a draw.
But yeah, I also believe it's at least. But this is the draw. Well, I'm not sure. At least, for example, after queen c4, I think bishop
Ah.
c3, and actually
Queen e8 check.
yeah, and rook h7.
Ooh.
I think the best is to take queen.
Take
h-
on a
yeah.
7 knight g5 to trade everything and simplify into an endgame. What a combination.
But instead of queen c4, black has a draw if he wants, definitely playing queen a3, and after king c2, queen a4. So this is for sure a draw for black. But if we go back, so now I'm checking what about playing not bishop d6, but to play knight a4 for black. Or what was I
Yeah, knight
checking?
a4, and we shall
No,
see what's the
no,
best
no.
response to knight a4 with the white pieces. It's
No,
a
no,
very
I'm-
complex position.
No, now I'm confused. Which line
Yeah,
was
we
I
have
watching?
looked at many. They are basically illustrative examples of how things can go wrong for
If
white.
knight a4, knight e4. Yeah, and after knight e4, I went to knight b2. Yeah, it seems like this can be unpleasant. So the big question is, after knight a4, what would white be playing? What he's up to? Maybe he can go, if knight g5, I believe black takes on c3. And actually white cannot take with the bishop, because after that the knight will be hanging. So there are really a lot of tactics. After knight c3, bc3, I don't know. I just don't believe it with white. I mean, just sacrificing everything. It seems really scary, I believe. I mean, it's definitely only black who can win here. So I'm really expecting that knight a4 should be the move for black. At least I don't see it exactly how white will be reacting on that. Okay. We haven't checked the game Vachier-Legrave against Grischuk for some time. There was not much happening.
We
but-
can recap the moment when Vachier gave up a pawn with b4, but Grischuk didn't take it. So this is a Rossolimo that has been played at the World Championship match quite many times between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. And here we see the same opening, and a3, b4 is a thematic idea, but not in this exact position where we usually see this pawn sacrifice. Grischuk didn't take it. He went for knight f7.
And actually white played c3, just protecting his pawn on b4. And interesting that Grischuk, instead of developing with his bishop, he provoked white after a5, that he really wanted to make sure that white is capturing c5, and with the bishop he takes it in one move from f8 to c5, that he does not have to waste time. And actually I believe it was a smart decision, and sometimes maybe even a4 would be coming, but I see that it was played with white after d4, bishop d6, a4. Yeah, because otherwise, if let's say white would be castling, then I believe black would go a4 and then b5, and this d6 bishop would, for the rest of the game, would put pressure on the a3. So from this point of view, a4 was kind of a must move from white side, so he may also play bishop a3 and exchange the dark square bishop, which is quite good in this position for black. So actually, if black castles, white would be going bishop a3, and black would be kind of happy to move away with his bishop, not exchanging it. But for now, it's not possible because the rook is under attack. So this is now the big fight between the two players, I believe, whether black can avoid exchanging the black square bishop.
And as Judith pointed out, allowing a4, if white hadn't pushed a4, that would have meant that the pawn structure is fixed on the wrong color for white, with a permanent weakness on a3, and after a4, at least white has prevented that. What do you think will be the upcoming moves for white? How shall he place his pieces?
Well, still I believe that white will be replacing his bishop on a3, his knight will be placed on d2, he's going to be castling short, and most likely he's going to bring his rook to the b file, while black will also try to develop, but now really the big challenge is for black how to escape from the exchange, the black square bishop, which actually I'm not sure it will be possible for black to avoid that. Because I thought about having b5 with the black pieces, in order that actually after bishop a3, black can go b4, and even to play bishop a6 himself and cut white to be able to castle. So this would be a huge improvement for black. But I'm not sure that b5 is really possible, because maybe actually white can take on b5, takes, and bishop a3. For example, now b4 I don't think is possible because of bishop b4, and because of this pin, and after bishop takes b4, c takes b4. It's getting kind of complicated. White's development is still behind a little bit, but white has a pawn up right now. So after b5, I wonder if a takes b5, c b5, bishop a3 would be the move possibly, but then maybe black can castle. I mean, it looks pretty good for black, I must say. Black played queen e7. Black played queen e7. Probably black has an idea that
Bishop a3.
Bishop a3 immediately, I think e takes d4 may be the move.
Yeah.
And the e4 pawn is under attack.
With the king still being in the middle of the board, this is a threat. He takes d4.
So probably after queen e7, white is going to be castling, and now maybe b5.
Yeah, b5 or castle should be the two.
b5 or
options.
castle, but also bishop e6 is kind of a nice move, and the c4 square is weak. So in the next few moves, we will see how the pieces are developed for both colors. For the moment, Grischuk is absolutely not spending serious time, and both of the players were spending nearly half an hour each.
Let's see if there are any new moves in the rest of the games, especially the Dingley Rama Medvedev game, which is on fire.
And we have knight a4, so my curiosity can only prolong, right? Because I'm really curious how white is going to be reacting on this. In this situation, the bishop on e6, the bishop on e5, immediately when the knight is going to be moving away from c3, it's immediately something white has to take care of and think about and worry about those things. So I'm very curious how white will be going in that position. And then we have the position of, it was some time we checked the Yu Yanji game against Levon Aronian.
Yeah, Yu Yangyi is currently on second place behind Magnus Carlsen. He's the lowest rated player, and therefore it's been a really good tournament so far for the Chinese Grandmaster.
And Levon is number 3, so they are
Fight
actually...
for the podium.
Yeah, so things can change right now if Levon can win the today's match.
He already was thinking before the free day when we had Levon Aronian in the studio, he was calculating whether he can catch Magnus soon because Magnus was struggling against Ding Liren in the classical game. He was hoping that the world champion would go down in that game and then he has a better chance of catching Magnus shortly. Now it's a bigger gap between the two players, but 3 rounds to go, including today's round. And as you said, Yu Yangyi and Levon Aronian are the ones who can try to catch the world champion.
Well, actually, Aronian has a very nice position, I believe. He's not really worrying about his position. Last time we saw this position was after Queen C6, and we were discussing that Bishop G6 will be the move to eliminate the white bishop. And white played Queen D2, developing move. Black obviously played Bishop G6, Rook C1, which is preparing a prophylactical move that one day, if Black would be taking on D3, capturing, then white would be captured with the C2 pawn, and then the bishop and the rook is very well placed. But of course, black is not doing this favor to white, and black played rook fd8, white played rook fe1, a5, bishop e5, trying to eliminate the knight on f6, but actually maybe instead of bishop e5, I would even consider for white to play bishop g5 if you really want to exchange those pieces. Because after bishop e5, black played knight d5, heading towards to b4. So white played a3.
Protecting the b4 square.
Well, of course, actually the e5 bishop is standing quite well. It's not only putting an eye on the g7 pawn. For the moment, there is nothing really happening. But more importantly, defending the c square. c3 square is the most important task for the white bishop. So after a3, I think eventually black will be taking on d3, but maybe still not at this point. The knight is already perfectly standing on d5, defending the c7 pawn if it's needed. But the big question is, for example, will black play f6? I believe he's not going to do that for some time. White would be coming back to a1 with his bishop. And maybe black wouldn't be so happy to have this f6 bishop. Though it's possible now to take on d3, c takes d3, black would be going away, let's say, queen d6. I don't see a big problem for black, actually. I think it's a very nice...
I would love to have that centralized knight on d5.
Yeah,
And
I mean...
d3 backward pawn, a3 weakness as well.
The real question is whether... Who is playing for a win? This
Yeah,
is the first
who is
question.
playing for a win?
Queen a4, for example, now. I would definitely consider that move. Attacking the a3 pawn. And even sometimes black may play c5 himself. So I think there are a lot of resources for black, and I'm pretty sure he's quite happy. In the meantime, between the game, Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, things are speeding up and pawns are exchanged.
On what move are we? Move 25.
Yeah.
The players cannot offer a draw before move 31.
Well, we'll look around. Definitely, we should come back before move 31 because there is a great chance that the game will not last too long, and we are going to be witnessing an Armageddon game shortly. But it's actually Magnus just completely equalized, I believe. On the king side, there will be absolutely nothing. White is going to be trying to play rook a1 either now or later. Black is, and it's going to be exchange of pawns. The a6 will be exchanged for the b3. But actually, there is not going to be, it's not a big challenge for Magnus to make a draw here.
And in case of a draw, it will mean that the Armageddon game will begin shortly. And
I mean, also look at the body language he's there. I mean, it says, okay, so let's move on.
Ready? Are you ready for that?
Let's move
10
on.
versus 7. Magnus Carlsen will have the black pieces against Wesley. And Wesley will need to play for a win, no matter what. It has to be all in. There's no other result that matters for White in Armageddon.
I think this is one of the positions which is the most smooth of all the games of Magnus. I'm not sure I've seen him sitting at the board like that. I mean,
Just
look at the two
relaxed.
players. Yeah, he's just sitting there. That okay, fine, draw. Let's move on. Let's move to the Armageddon. That will be challenging. Show me what you can do. And of course Wesley's thinking, but there are really practically there's no real chance in this position. So we move on to some of the other games where still the battle is going very heavily. For example, the Caruana Anand game, there was not much happening, but still it's important to notice that after A4, Black decided to go B4. He was not ready to open up the A file if he would be moving away what we discussed, rook D8, let's say, so to give up the A file for the white rook. But after B4, it happens 99% in this structure that white is playing A5. And the reason is to break away the A6 and B4 pawns. But not only that, and blockade the A6 pawn there, so later on at one stage when queen will be brought to E2, then the A6 is going to be attacked. But moreover, because white bishop can appear on A4, and it can give a very hard time for the queen and knight if it has the opportunity to pin from A4. So black played B takes C3. Now the question is, and I see that Fabi is thinking how to capture it. Both has its pluses and minuses. B takes C3 or bishop C3 or retaking with the pawn. If bishop takes C3, the big question is, I believe, whether can black play D4 immediately. He can, because bishop D4 is not possible due to bishop F3, and then the white is losing the bishop. But after D4, white has an extra tempi because for now it's a pin, so black cannot capture on C3. So I wonder if, let's say, bishop A4. And after this, whether is the D4 pawn will fall off, or can black rescue it in some way or another? So this is the first question when you consider bishop C3. While because after bishop C3, you may have a very good C line for the rook later on to bring it to C1. While if B takes C3, of course the plan is still to play bishop A4. But, for example, black may play rook B8 or rook D8, and after bishop A4 to play queen E6.
Yeah, just to recap this game, we already looked at the moment when Fabiano went rook E1. That is not a novelty on its own, but it hasn't been played at super tournaments. So that could have come as somewhat of a surprise to Anand, unless he also analyzed it. We'll need to know more about that from the players after the game. But for now, the current position seems to be somewhat dangerous for black because of the pin that you showed, and if he can keep the pawn.
Yeah, so the question is whether with what Fabiano will be capturing it. The real question is whether he can capture it with the bishop, attacking the D5 pawn. And, well, also here black can go rook D8 to defend the pawn on D5, and after bishop A4 to move away with his queen to E6. It's also not clear, because D4 is always in the air, so that white always have to take account. Yeah, it's a big question. For example, bishop C6, queen C6, I would wonder if E6 is possible with the idea that F takes, knight D4. But, and after queen E8 defending the bishop, white would go queen D2, and then next taking on e6. But I think here actually black could go c5 and d4. So I'm not sure what will be the next move, if bishop c3 or bc.
We shall see that, and also how Ding Liren will react to knight a4 by Chakravarti. Oh, actually, there is a move. Knight takes c5.
Knight e5 was taken because, well, maybe it was the only move actually, really to get rid of that black powerful bishop. But now rook e5 taken with a tempo. And now the question is how white continues, whether queen g3 or queen h4. But after queen h4, I think one of the main questions, what about taking on c3, bishop c3, queen a4? Can this be played by black, sacrificing the rook on e5? And let's say queen takes a2, king c1. And knight e5. So for the moment after queen d8 would be a mistake because of rook f8 and rook c8. Yeah, this is a question if it's enough compensation for black. Yeah, after queen h4, black can also go, for example, rook h5. This is also possible, with the idea that after playing queen g3, well, there are questions like what happens if takes and knight f2, with attacking the rook, and also black would like to capture the d3.
Yeah, and there's not just the bishop, but some problems on the b1, h7 diagonal,
Yeah,
if not rook e1.
But now if rook e1, maybe it's okay for white, because the important thing is that after knight d3, queen d3, bishop f5 is not possible because the queen is under attack.
Yeah, that's why rook e1 was important, to pin the bishop.
Well, black can still go queen d7 with the idea of bishop f5. But let's say what alternative white has. So queen g3 is the other move instead of queen h4. And for now, knight f2 is not possible, or it is. I thought the rook is hanging. But actually, after taking the rook, bishop a2 would be winning the queen.
Nice tactics, discovered attack.
So it looks very, very tactical and difficult for white, I believe. So maybe after queen g3, knight f2 is very unpleasant. The question is whether bishop g6 is possible. I think bishop g6 can be the killer, because now black cannot take on g6, because here rook e7 is not possible because of the queen is under attack, and on king f8, rook h8 would be winning. So after knight f2, I think bishop g6 wins on the spot.
That's a beautiful move. So if we go back to the position that we have currently.
This is the position right now, and I'm checking queen g3.
Yeah.
So.
And here after knight f2.
After knight f2, bishop g6 would be very, very strong.
What other moves can black come up with, if not knight f2?
After queen g3, it's a lot of questions. For example, if knight c3, bishop c3, rook e3 is possible, attacking the queen, and if queen goes to h4, then, for example, if black takes on d3, takes bishop f5. This is something can happen, and if king a1, bishop takes d3, queen takes g4, and it's more unpleasant for black, to be honest, unless he can, because if white would get with his queen to d4, that would be deadly for black. This is clear.
dangerous position for Shahriar Mamedyarov. It seemed that black was aiming for the queenside attack, but maybe white's attack is faster, especially after this knight takes e5 move, which you consider that may have been the strongest reaction to knight a4.
Well, yes, it is. To eliminate the bishop on e5, it is kind of essential for white, I believe. But still, after rook e5, white is hesitating whether to go to h4 or g3. I don't really see another move for white. I don't think it is possible. If, let's say, knight e4, it would be definitely not a good move. I think simply bishop f5 is possible, or knight c5, but both are extremely strong.
Yeah, and I think we can expect a handshake soon between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. That game is heading toward a draw, and move 30 is about to also be over on the score sheet. This is move 29, that players cannot offer a draw before move 31. So after the trade of rooks on a8 or on the back rank if rook b8, officially the players will be allowed to offer a draw and go for an Armageddon, the first Armageddon of the day.
Yeah, we would be very, very surprised if this match will not continue with an Armageddon, right?
It would need a mouse slip, but how do you do a mouse slip over the board? A hand slip.
Well,
you don't take the rook, but you play rook
but
to
what
b8.
Grischuk did, that was exactly a mouse slip.
Oh yeah, that was
Kind
chess
of mistake,
blindness.
yeah.
Totally chess blindness. Happens very rarely, but it happens even to the best.
Okay, so at this point, we are waiting what white will be doing, I believe.
Queen g3 looks
Queen
promising
G3,
from what
yeah,
Judith
Queen
has
G3.
analyzed.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Mamedyarov has planned after the capture on e5, rook takes e5, and queen g3, because this is a very natural continuation.
Well, after queen g3, for example, I was wondering if knight c5 to attack the d3, but then bishop c2 would be moving away. And still, knight f2 is not possible because the capture on g6. So I think after queen g3, well, knight c3 we said, bishop takes, rook e3, queen h4, now bishop g6 is attacking, threatening, but okay, black can go queen h4. And what can white do? White is under attack on a2. And
On h7 pawn is defended. Queen d8 is only one check. There's
yeah,
rook
this
f8.
would be only one check. Rook f8. And well, white can allow black to take on a2. But what about this? Maybe white can do something like that, but maybe not. No, actually not, because check and rook f2. Oops.
Who is giving mate in this game between Ding Liren and Shahriar Mamedyarov? Anything can happen.
Yeah, it seems so. So knight c3 takes, bishop rook e3, and queen a4 is the question.
I like the contrast, Javier, analyzing the Ding Mamedyarov game. The board is on fire, while on camera we have Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. They are about to agree to a draw. We're gonna wait for that moment, the handshake, and announce the Armageddon starting time soon. Two very different games.
Very different indeed.
Still no handshake though. Move 30 officially reached in the Wesley So Magnus Carlsen game. But Magnus doesn't offer a draw. He is not the kind of player that would.
Well, there is still one idea which will be played out probably by Wesley, is that he played bishop d7, and then he wants to go bishop e8 and rook a7 to attack the pawn on f7. But now I would believe that black is going to go maybe rook b4. But but also possible not to play rook b4, but to play king g7, and after bishop e8 to play bishop at e7. And then after rook a7, king f8 is possible, but rook b4 is on the board. And rook a4. So
Okay, that's a draw offer.
that's a draw offer.
That move is a draw offer, even if not officially, but the rooks will be traded, and that's a completely drawn bishop endgame. Opposite colored bishops. We're expecting a handshake very shortly. How do you see that Armageddon game for Wesley?
Well, I think first of all the opening will be very important. If he's going to go for the, I don't think he can go for the Sveshnikov, because that will not turn out too well. I think he should somehow try to surprise Magnus in one way or another.
Last year they played a queen pawn opening. I'm not exactly sure of the variation. Was that Slav? I'm very bad at recalling openings, but it was a queen's pawn opening last year with the white pieces.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it would be not 1e4, but of course it's very difficult to play against Magnus, and you have to win. It's not the easiest task you have. And of course Magnus is very fast in Armageddon games as well, so it is extremely difficult. And now Magnus is thinking. The question is
Thinking.
the question is about what?
The Armageddon game. He has time to prepare for the Armageddon. Why not making a move? He has a half an hour of time advantage. Oh, he
And
keeps
he
the rooks
goes.
on the board. He doesn't trade.
And we hear big enthusiast ahs from TV2 where they comment this game.
He's playing on. He doesn't want to just make a draw that easily.
Well, of course, if Black could bring his bishop to c5, that would be very beautiful. And but I doubted that he'll be reaching out there. So the scenario could go rook a7, Black goes bishop e7, bishop e8, king f8, and White would be going rook a8, king g7, rook e7, for example, rook a7. Black can go king f6, but still it's... I mean, I'm not sure there is any real chance. White can even play g4 with the idea to go g5. Black goes g5. Actually, rook a3. So there shouldn't be anything for Black. But of course, if he would have the chance to play bishop e7 and bring his bishop all the way to b6, that would be something very beautiful to deal with.
Yeah, but if this game goes on, it means that we can just simply check what happened in the Ding Mamedyarov game, and then we will analyze the rest of the games of today's round after a break. I thought this would be a handshake soon, and we were waiting for that.
No, it seems like Magnus still wants to make a few more moves to give some shaky moments for So, or I'm not sure what kind of moments, because they're not really real chance for that game to be decided otherwise than a draw.
Yeah.
But you never know. Surprises may occur, as we've seen in the previous rounds. So Queen h4 was played by Ding Liren against Mamedyarov, and now the question is whether is Black going to be playing Rook h5, or what else can he do? For sure, Bishop g6 is the threat right now from White side.
So instead of Queen g3, which Judith analyzed, I really like the Queen g3 move that you were showing. Now Ding Liren went for Queen h4, inviting Rook h5 as a response.
Yeah, actually, I understand White to play Queen h4 is immediate threatening on g6, and after Rook h5, Queen g3, if he just takes on h1, at least he got exchanged the e5 active rook. So here the question is actually knight e5 may be an interesting move here, defending the g6 while attacking on the d3. But probably White is just would be moving away with his bishop, though knight c4 is in there somehow. But maybe here after knight e5, rook e1 can be unpleasant. And after knight d3,
Once
queen
again, this
d3,
e5
and
pin.
yeah, e5 pin is not a joke.
No, but no bishop f5 because of the pin, and then white will put even more fire on the wood, attacking the c6 bishop. This doesn't seem to be an this doesn't seem to be an easy position. Interesting for sure, but not an easy
Yeah.
situation for Shahriar Mammadjarov. That's what I was going to say, and it's just really makes me curious how the opening battle went. So far, it looks like Ding Liren had a better preparation, or it may not be the preparation at all. The position is very sharp.
It is very sharp. I'm not sure that that Mammadjarov should be upset in this position. It is very sharp and very concrete.
Yeah, we'll come back with this game and the rest of round 7 from Norway Chess. And if Magnus Carlsen will keep on playing against Wesley So, or we will see an Armageddon shortly, that will be the question. But for now, we'll go for a short break and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Da er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4,
D6.
D4,
D5.
springer C3, springer slår E4, dronning D8 sjakk, løper G5 sjakk,
Konge C7.
løper D8 matt,
Over og ut.
hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back to the broadcast of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament. We are being joined by one of the organizers of the event, Benedikt Westler Skog. We will talk about this revolutionary format, but before we go into details, there will be an Armageddon thanks to the new system that's between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen starting at 7 o'clock local time, that is in 14 minutes. Benedikt, this is the first time that a super tournament comes up with a format that has never been tried before. How did this happen and what was your inspiration? Why did you think that there should be a change in the format of super tournaments?
Well, it's the 7th year we're organizing this now, so and we always had top players in the world. So we had a lot of draws, and so we were discussing a lot about what we could do to kind of change this, because obviously it's going to be natural to have a lot of draws on this level of players. And so we've been speaking, I guess, in particular since the last tournament with players, with people in the chess world and community about what type of change we could maybe do to create some more action during the games.
How did you come up with this particular format where you don't bend the draws? There's no way to bend the draws, as it's one of the most natural results in chess, but you did make it exciting by saying that, okay, you can make a draw, but then we will see an Armageddon game and there will be a winner and loser in every matchup.
Yeah, so I can't take credit for that. It's really the founder of Altibox Norway Chess, Kjell Medland, who's the mastermind behind all of this. And
He's a bit camera shy, but we do give credits to Kjell.
Absolutely, he deserves it. But we were thinking, first of all, just to change the time control in the classical game. And so we figured we should have as least possible time in the classical game as possible to still call it a classical game. And that's why we changed the time control for that. And in addition, we knew, okay, there's still going to be a lot of draws. So how can we add to the excitement and also create it more TV friendly. So that's why we added the Armageddon game. But since we are on this top level, we decided to have a bit more time for the Armageddon than what you normally see in Armageddon games.
Yes, the players also mentioned that those who have played Armageddon games, it was either 5 versus 4 or 6 versus 5, the usual Armageddon time control.
Yeah.
Juliet, I asked you the other day, but you didn't have many of the Armageddons, not that you recall. The Grishuk game, well, Mr. Grishuk talked about that at the press conference.
No, the interesting thing is with Armageddon games that previously when I played in competitions, most of the players, your mindset is already on a shorter time control because you play rapid games, which is 25 minutes or 30 each, and only after that, if it's 1-1, then you play an Armageddon game, which is usually 5-4 or 6-5. That's how it was. So I think it is kind of easier for the players when they are already in the rapid game and play Armageddon than playing this classical game.
Yeah.
But of course, the players has to have experience, and then they will say, "I will be very curious to talk after the tournament with the players."
Yes.
Though of course it will influence their judgment, I think very much the result they achieve here.
Yeah,
sure. How do you see the feedback so far from the players, from the audience, from other experts of the field and the media?
I mean, before we even invited the players, we told them that we're going to have a new time control this year. So they were already warned before they accepted to come. And we also left it kind of open to them to tune into the conversation, and if they had any feedback on the time controls and so on, they could give that to us and we would discuss it. And so already before we even put the rules and regulations in stone, we had like a really good communication with the main players which I think is really important because we obviously want to have them here. And as soon as we told the whole world about this change, we were obviously a little nervous, like what are people going to say? And we knew obviously someone's always going to be skeptic, and it's very different from earlier tournaments. So I mean, we need to be open to all kinds of feedback. But what's been really surprising is that we have received a lot of positive feedback. And a lot of the people that were skeptic and really conservative in the start, and even in the start of the tournament, have changed their minds. So it seems like the people are really open to this format. And it's not like it has to be like this everywhere or in every tournament. We're not trying to change how everyone does things. Overall, we're really happy with the feedback.
That was my impression too on social media. I keep an eye on the hashtag, and
Yeah.
the discussion it's a very open discussion. I think people have come up with pros and cons always,
Yeah.
either the scoring system, the time control, the Armageddon. But all in all, what I see is general excitement for something new, for something fresh, that
Yeah.
this is a chess revolution. And you're experimenting with the format. You are brave enough to make a move that has never been
thanks.
done before.
Yeah, yeah. And I think also we probably need more than just one tournament, more than 9 rounds to see what would the perfect time control be, and so on, increment time. We need more time to get like proper statistics to see what's good or not, what can be changed.
I'm sure that the players will also give feedback on that. But so far, the players too, they were happy about how the tournament is. It's new. They seem to be nervous. At the same time, they know that this is for the benefit of chess on the long run.
I think they are curious about it, how it develops, and probably they have the feeling that this is probably not the final form of the changes in the chess world, which is we have a lot of turbulences in this time control questions. But I think they also experience and they also understand it's not good for them also to have these draws. For example, what we had. Sorry, I just see it on the screen. I mean, between Magnus and Wesley. So it is not satisfying for the players also to play a draw which is very soft, not too much interesting happenings during the game. But they both know that they will have to have a show in the next one.
And what I've seen too is that some of these players, they like to be challenged as well, because it is a
Including
new
the world
challenge.
champion.
Exactly. So even for the classical game, it's a lot of pressure with the time control, and I think they're really up for the challenge.
That's how it seems to us, and you as organizers are up for the challenge. But I think what people may not see from the outside, that this is not it takes a week or two to organize. You are working on this event the whole year.
Yes, it definitely takes a whole year to prepare. Even though we've done it for many years now, we have a lot of experience and so on, but we definitely need to improve ourselves and from each year and so on. That's only natural, but also because we are a private organizer, and we do need to follow up on all of our fantastic sponsors and make sure we have new ones, and just give them what they are expecting from us professionally in return. So
you had the Norway Summit also at the very beginning of the tournament. Why do you feel important to have other very nice and serious side events next to the tournament?
I think, with a tournament on this level, it already almost automatically has a lot of attention around the world. So why not use that attention from all these people from different sectors and different ages and around the world, and involve more people. So we've always had from the start a kids tournament locally here, and we have an open tournament and so on. And we've seen how many fantastic people in the business community around the world also have an interest in chess. And that's how we saw that link and felt, okay, we should probably do something to connect chess and business, and particularly in technology, where we focus the summit, create something that gives more elements to the overall tournament.
I really like the addition. I felt like I know nothing about artificial intelligence last year. I attended the conference first last year, and this year I was like, I know a bit more because AlphaZero has been the academic paper released on AlphaZero since, so I was reading up on AlphaZero, but it still just feels such a new and exciting atmosphere to me to attend the conference.
Yeah, and I mean, most of the people that come there, the speakers, they do speak to our audience not as really tech people, you know, so it's more like we have everything from private business owners, but also people representing the government or more official entities. So it's a bit of a mix from the type of people and where they come from in the audience, but we all need to kind of follow the technological developments that's happening to push forward in all kinds of areas in society. And so we try to make it a bit more general and not too focused on the tech stuff.
We definitely enjoyed it. Judith was also part of it.
Yeah,
this
we
year.
had Judith with us on stage, which was fantastic, with Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich. We had a great fireside chat there, and it was really great. So this year we really managed to connect the summit with the chess tournament, which was great.
Speaking of the chess tournament, the Armageddon will start in 3 minutes, so my last question was going to be that at the press conference it has been announced that the main sponsor, Altibox, announced that they were going to support the event next year as well. And we also had a couple of days of green screen filming. I was wondering if there's anything you can reveal about the future plans of Norway Chess.
Yeah, I mean, we continue to work, and we will be putting stuff out online to show you what we're working on with the green screen and what we do with our sponsors and so on. So we definitely want to be part of creating new things for chess.
Not
Keep
just
developing.
the format of the super tournament, but also the broadcast, the production.
Yes, absolutely.
So stay tuned for those news from Norway Chess, because you're going to be surprised in a very pleasant way. That's as much as we can reveal.
You're in it, so let's see what happens with that material.
We are very curious how it will develop.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you
will
so
be great.
Thank you so much for joining us, Benedict. We hope to see many more exciting games in these upcoming days. And
Let's hope.
how the feedback will be from our audience as well. Make sure to use the hashtag Altibox and hashtag Norway Chess to let us know about your thoughts on the chess revolution that's happening in Stavanger.
Yes, please tell us. We want to know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også han her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here to witness the first Armageddon of round 7. That's Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen facing each other. One more time, the format is White has 10 minutes to start with, Black has 7 minutes, but in case of a draw, Black is rewarded the full point. That's why it's called Armageddon or Sudden Death, and the increment only starts from move 61. How do you see, one more time, this matchup? And will it be e4 or d4 that you predict, Judith?
I think it should be not e4.
I also think d4. Yes, d4, we managed to guess one move.
Yeah, I think it's kind of logical to deviate from the classical games preparation, which actually we've seen in most of the games that they are actually following the same idea what they played in the classical game, but I think it was very smart to deviate for Wesley So, and we are witnessing Grimfeld, O theory, Queen D2, and now the question is if, I think, C5, is he going to do Knight C6? So we are going to have a complicated game. So far the players are playing very fast. Wesley So is very focused. Long castle F5.
And e5 by Wesley. f4, the pawn is going forward.
This is a very complicated game. It's definitely for 3 results. I mean, white can get in trouble just as well as black can get in trouble. But we'll see if, well, I don't know if f4 is so common in this position.
I've only
but
found 2 games in the database from this year and last year, so it's a very new move. Must be an engine-like preparation.
Well, of course, white did not take the risk of taking it on f4, but he played bishop f2, and we're going to witness, I'm pretty sure, that h4, h5 will be part of this game at some point.
And black is attacking on the queen side, knight b4, also keeping an eye on the d5 square.
Yeah, this is a very important square from black side, and actually after having f4, having his knight on d5 later on and black bishop on f5, it can be a very good position for black. But really look at Wesley. He's holding his head in his 2 hands, extremely focused. And the piece sacrifice appeared on the board. Very relaxed movement by Magnus.
Wow.
Just making a5, that here is my knight, take it if you want. I don't
A5.
care about that. Be brave and grab my knight, it will be fine for me. I don't really care about that one. If white is going knight b1, I believe maybe black just wants to go positional sacrifice, defending the b4 pawn. He wants to go rook a1, bishop f5. So for the moment, it seems that Magnus is quite relaxed about his game.
Wesley does not take the piece.
And we see h4.
A takes b4 would have been the test, the real test to this piece sacrifice. We have seen long-term pawn sacrifices by Magnus Carlsen, possibly inspired by AlphaZero. Long-term piece sacrifices by AlphaZero can also be an inspiration, but more difficult
But
to
now
actually pull out.
they are playing also a psychological game. Like if Magnus sacrifices a pawn, you don't want to take it because then things are going on the way he wants it. If he sacrifices a knight, you don't take it because you want him to not to get the game he wants, even though objectively I don't know what it is, but it's just a lot of psychology on the decisions, on the opening choice, also not to accept the sacrifice piece. And here, of course, white has this choice, the opportunity to bring his knight. Now he's attacking the pawn on f4. He's also thinking to play knight g5, h5, so he wants to really attack very heavily.
Knight a2 check to trade that c3 knight. Interesting maneuvers by Magnus Carlsen.
Well, I believe that it's going to be taken with the white pieces, takes on a2. And now the question is whether bishop d3, the d4 pawn is hanging. So probably white would be going h5, but black, I'm pretty sure he will want to play something like c5. And we have this on the board. For the moment, I'm not sure I would be a big fan of knight f4 because bishop h6. Though it is possible that white is actually, but d5.
d5 instead,
d5.
dynamic approach by Wesley.
I can completely understand the idea to get rid of this pawn, because if bishop d5, then white would be taking on b6, and the bishop on d5 is under attack. And this is something that for sure Magnus is not so happy with. Look at his face also. He's surprised.
The surprise.
Like, really? Is this a real move?
Well, the bishop gets stuck on a2 if he doesn't take.
Yeah, but the question is whether queen d5 is why is not possible.
And Magnus says it's possible.
Actually, I think this was kind of exaggeration by Wesley. Maybe he was thinking that black has to take with either, that he must take with the knight, and then he would have some real counter chances and compensation. But after queen d5, I mean, I'm not sure that this is exactly what Wesley so wanted to have.
So the surprise expression on Magnus's face was because he considers this a bad move.
And it's so interesting that if you look at it, white is also playing so fast. And we witnessed it in other Armageddon games as well, that simply white wants to play so fast. But if you make a bad move and a bad sacrifice, and then you start thinking afterwards, it's not necessarily best strategy. It was too much to give this pawn, actually, because it's not only the d5 pawn, but also the e5 is under attack. So I think queen d5 was just missed out of the vision of Wesley, to be honest.
Well, in that case, this is a very unpleasant chess blindness. Not as much of a chess blindness as bishop to h6 in Grishuk's game, but certainly he missed queen takes d5, and now he starts thinking, too late. It's too late.
Yeah, because after queen d5, black is taking knight takes d5, and the bishop for the moment is defending the knight, and it's completely safe. It can go to b3 possibly. Black can go a4 and stabilize the situation. So actually, white is having a difficult situation. Very strange.
Magnus pulling faces.
What expressions he's giving to us.
I wonder what Wesley will come up with, but certainly it does seem that Magnus has more than the full control of this game now. It's a pawn that he has collected on d5, and he's got the initiative on the queen side as well.
Well, now Wesley has to take care of his other pawn. That's
The e5 pawn, his king on c1, the c file is open, the bishop on a2 takes away the b1 square. This is just looking terrible.
no. Actually, the players are simply not playing the game as if they really have 10 minutes. They are playing the game as if it would be a 5-4 game.
Because there's no increment, and they may freak out that they need to speed up.
Yeah, yeah, and well, of course, here it's not an easy story.
Queen
and
takes
actually,
d5.
yeah,
Well, at least the king of c1 will feel somewhat
and rook
safer.
e1, rook e1. Well,
protect
this
the
was, I
pawn.
think, still the best choice. He could do rook f5, of course. Black is attacking the e5 pawn.
Yep.
And, well, it's a very sad story for white, to be honest. Because if white has to push the pawn to e6, then the bishop is opening up on the long diagonal. So, and white is giving up his other pawn. Bishop d3, rook e5. Now black has 2 pawns up. And of course, Wesley will be playing and fighting. Takes, he went h5, but this is not at all what he wanted when he played d4. I think the opening choice was quite reasonable, quite good. But
The f3 Grunfeld, like in
Magnus is keep taking the pawns. This is the third pawn which is taken by Wesley in the last 4 moves. He took, or 5 moves, he took 3 of the sacrifice pawn by Wesley.
Well, from a piece sacrifice, he ended up collecting pawns, and it's 3 pawns up.
Well, of course, Magnus is extremely sure of himself. He just played knight f6, defending actually both pawns at the same time, h5 and h7. Okay, so there is a small surprise for Magnus that knight h7 was taken. Actually, it's a good move, but it's not going to be enough. Black is, I don't think he's going to be playing knight h7. And after rook h5, both pieces are under attack. So I believe that after knight h7, black will be just going rook d8.
And so he did go rook d8.
Actually, he did go rook d8, attacking the bishop on d3. And actually, if white will be moving away with his bishop at some day, then even bishop b2 will be possible. For example, knight takes. If white would be moving to e4, bishop b2 is possible because rook d2 and grabbing back the bishop, the sacrificed bishop on b2. So after rook d8, I wonder how Wesley wants to try his chances here.
The bishop went back to f7
C2
and then knight g5.
And knight g5. Bishop d4. Yeah, if white wants to try to get the pin, black is just playing c5. So
Yeah, and
black
there's no
has
c or e pawn for white to
black has
attack.
2 pawns up, so there is not much white can do. And
Bishop b1 to keep the bishop on the board, but with the d4 bishop still on the board, it's monster piece and a couple of pawns up for Magnus. It's a very sad story for Wesley.
But what happened?
Bishop e1, b6.
But
Is there?
I think maybe this camera is not the actual position.
I think our camera in the right corner got stuck. Hopefully it will catch up with the players. it is now catching up. Yeah, the players are faster than the camera as well.
Yeah, you can see that, of course, Wesley gave up on his chances already. As
He's trading everything now. And takes on h5. Another rook and opposite colored bishop endgame.
but Black has 2 pawns up.
2
and
pawns up and draw odds. So he doesn't even have to win.
But knowing Magnus, he will.
King e5. Rook h5 check.
Well, maybe he will go. No,
King
no, he can't go
d6.
back. He just cannot.
It's Magnus. Rook h6 check. King e5.
I know. Maybe
Will
he does.
he repeat moves? King d6. The draw is... And the draw!
Yeah.
Well, Magnus Carlsen makes a draw, but it's the full point. It's a bit surprising to us that he didn't try a bit more.
No, because he's not so obviously winning.
Yeah.
It's like, of course, he just wants to score.
Yeah, and he knows that the rules will reward him the same point, the same full point. That is 1.5 points for Magnus Carlsen for today's achievement, half a point for Wesley So, and that means a sole lead for the world champion with 2 more rounds to go. Now we shall catch up with the other very exciting game of the day, that's between Ding Liren and Mamedyarov. It was the same opening that Wesley played against Magnus, the f3 Grunfeld.
Yeah, we can go to this game, which is actually some very interesting things are happening. The pawn is already on d7. In the last few moves, what happened was White played queen h4, rook h5, queen went back to g3, and now Black did not exchange on h1, but kept the tension, took on exchange on c3, and played queen a4, immediately targeting the a2 pawn. So, and White played d7. d7 and Black played rook d5. Wow. The question is, why did not Black take and capture on a2 first? If White goes king c1, and Black could be going rook d5 only now. But it seems like he wanted to keep the tension. And after rook d5, actually, there are quite different kind of ideas. Maybe in the air, also rook d3, and later on to capture on a2. But let's see what is possible to do from White's side here.
Rook d5. Well, the d7 pawn is still on the board. It's attacked by all the black pieces possible except for the g4 knight, but it's still on the board.
Yeah, for the moment, queen b8 is not going to be working for White, as Black can go rook f8.
Yeah. In the meantime, we see a very happy Magnus Carlsen walking into the studio of TV2. We hope that he will join us after his appearance on Norwegian television. He finished earlier today, so other days his game was basically the last one to finish, and he was very tired after round 6. Hopefully today he feels enough energy to do 2 studio appearances in a day.
Well, he didn't have such an interesting and complicated game, so I'm not sure he will feel like to talk about that game so much. And but of course, some of the other games are really interesting here, what is happening. And I was wondering if rook h7 is possible.
Wow.
Rook h7 is not possible because it's I'm blundering mate in 1. Otherwise, it would be very good.
It
move.
looked brilliant, but you're
Yeah.
sacrificing the wrong rook.
Yeah, unfortunately for White. Well, now queen d7 is simply threatening to take the pawn. And so this is a big question. What if White goes b3, Black just captures the pawn on d7? And okay, let's see. Yeah, there's not much White can do here, actually. This seems to be... Rook d5 was a very strong move, and I'm not even sure that it was seen by Ding Liren, because there were so many opportunities for Black to capturing the pawn on d7, to capturing the pawn on a2, and Black simply played rook d5, which is quite easy to blunder, I must say.
What a messy position. The d7 pawn has been the main question in the game. And as Judith pointed out, next move, it's going to be taken. So white has one tempo to do something, to create something.
Well, for example, if white goes, let's say, bishop c2, but still black can simply take on d7, I see. But now after queen d7, maybe rook takes d5, queen takes d5, and let's see what happens if bishop g6. Because if now queen a2, white would be going out. And still it's not over. Because after check bishop b1, I think bishop f5 is the move. And still all the time, if white is giving a check, then black is just going rook f8. So after bishop c2, queen d7. Very interesting situation what white has to deal with. And the thing is that if white is going rook e1 or somewhere, then black is going to go bishop f5, exchanging this bishop. So black can simply get a better position, gaining back the pawn. Actually, not gaining back, it's just get rid of the passed pawn and having an extra pawn. While now it's still some attack. Always white has to take care of watching what's happening on a2. But of course, first black will want to eliminate the passed pawn.
And if following your idea with bishop c2, queen d7, white plays bishop b3, then rook d1, rook d1.
Well, I think, what about...
I don't have time to trick you.
No?
It's either there's something immediately concrete for white, or black will be just fine after capturing the d7 pawn.
Yeah, this can be interesting, because after queen e8, let's say, white can take.
Now the back rank
check,
is problematic.
takes, queen b8. And it seems like white is getting better position, because he's going to be taking in the next move.
Yeah, and there's no such move as queen e8 because of queen f4.
Yeah. So actually it's taking with the check. Well, black can go here, but it seems very dangerous for black. Okay, so bishop c2, queen d7, bishop c3. Nice try for white. Rook d1, rook d1.
Is there another way to play for black? Or it's going to be the same, actually, isn't it? If I choose another square for the queen. Not that I have many to defend
After
e6.
bishop takes?
Well,
It does not make a difference.
Doesn't matter because you'll take on e6 anyway.
The exchange. Well, the other question is also after bishop c2 whether white can black take on d1, and after takes.
That's always a question, the queen a2 check.
And after king c1, what? I mean, the d7 pawn is still there, right?
It's as long as the d7 pawn is on the board.
Dangers are there all the time for
Indeed,
black.
it takes one move for black to eliminate the pawn, so he has to take that one tempo and capture
Well,
it.
the question is what happens if black gives check, but probably simply king d2.
Not minding rook d7 check.
Not rook, rook d7 check, sorry. Because I was wondering if bishop b1 and then take rook takes d7. But still, it looks kind of shaky for black here, and then also queen b7.
Oof, with the 7th rank, yeah.
So the question is whether what happens after bishop c2.
This position is just such a complex middle game where earlier too, without rook d5, that a2 pawn was hanging with bishop takes a2 check, queen takes a2 check. Mamajev went rook d5. It still may be good or bad. It's just a very concrete line. It's going to be decisive whether this moment, if white has something concrete, or black can simply take the pawn on d7.
Well, I don't see any other move, to be honest, to go. Then queen d7, and bishop b3 is a very nice move.
Let's see if Dingley Ram will go for bishop c2. So far, this is our best possibility for white, what we have
Definitely.
analyzed. And let's go through the rest of the positions in the meantime while the Chinese grandmaster is thinking what to do after rook d5.
Well, let's see what Yu Yanyi, the number 2 player, is up to against Levon Aronian, against the number 3 seeded right now. We have quite a lot of things happening. This was the middle game, and then we have right now this position where we have queens off the board. Black just played after bishop e3, he played knight e3. Well, probably white will, well, there is a good chance that this game will also end up having a
Yeah.
continuation in the Armageddon, to be honest.
Judith, before we go into the details of this position, I think the Caruana Anand game has changed a lot since we last looked at it. And I don't know if that's good for Vichy.
Oh, his knight looks awful on a7.
Yes. How did that happen?
Well, actually, it seems bishop c3 was played, so this was
Yeah.
the decision of Fabiano. And d4, it seems probably it would have been too early. I'm not sure. But black played rook d8, white played rook c1. In this case, if black cannot go d4, for sure bishop c3 was the best move.
Yeah.
Then I believe it's no question about it. And, well, it seems that black is having a hard time right now because he did not have enough time to regroup his knight through d8 to e6 and blockade and play c5. In that case, black would have a fantastic position. But it seems like black had time issues as after rook c1, it seems that bishop a4 was extremely strong threat for black. But still, I think when you have to take on f3, it's not good. It's not good at all. And if you have to play knight a7, then it's absolutely, oof. It's very hard
Knight
to believe. But how is it
A7?
possible? I mean, e6 is not immediately an awful thing for black. Takes.
It looks really scary with the
Queen
diagonal
G4.
opening up, queen g4 to threaten g7 and e6 at the same time.
Bishop f8, for example. Rook takes e6.
Yeah.
Phew. Well, maybe c5. But when you have these two bishops, it's not funny.
Not
I'm
funny
not
at
even
all.
sure. Isn't it possible to take and go rook e7?
Can't be taken because of queen g7 mate, and otherwise how can black defend g7
Well,
pushing
G6.
g6? This looks so close to mate, but the f8 bishop so far is defending everything.
So it seems like I was exaggerating a little bit matters. But still, it looks very dangerous. Well, instead of c5, it's also possible that black can try knight b5, because it is important to eliminate the bishop if it's possible from black side. But I think white can go bishop f6 or bishop... I think bishop f6 would be actually kind of winning. And that can go also if c5 happens. Also bishop f6. I would be considering, because if black goes somewhere rook e8, then rook takes e8. And if queen g4, then simply bishop takes d5 and then rook a8. So the game is absolutely over.
Yeah, the queen is hanging and the f8 bishop 2 with a mate.
So actually bishop f6 is a serious move, I think, unless black has something like h5.
Deflecting the queen from the protection of the e6 rook, and also the pin on the g5 is thanks to the queen on g4.
So let's go back for the actual position what we are having, and then just sat down to his board. I don't think he feels so comfortable having his knight on a7.
No.
Though in one move time, if he reaches with his knight to b5, it can get okay, especially if he can get knight to d4 and e6 later and stabilize his position. But let's see what is really going to be happening here.
I'm curious how Fabiano will continue now. As you said, bishop takes f3 and knight a7 are not signs of black having a good position, but white
Not
has
having
to be
a good time,
No.
definitely.
White has to be precise to take advantage of these tempi given to him because of those moves by black before black can get his knight to b5.
Well, of course, e6 is very tempting to go for, but it's not clear whether it is possible. That actually, e6 takes queen g4, bishop f8. Even white has to consider what happens if queen takes e6, queen takes e6, rook takes e6, threatening to take on a6, knight b5, and let's say if black just simply goes to e5 with the bishop, c5. Well, it seems black can get okay after c5 playing c4.
As far as I can see, Magnus is being chased by fans, a couple of selfies and signatures. As usual, the duties of a world champion. And I'm not sure that he will join us. As Judith said, his game wasn't that exciting. The result is great. Magnus Carlsen has collected 11 points out of the possible 14 points. He only gave away 3 points, that is the half points where the classical game was drawn. He won 6 Armageddon games and a classical game. That's how he is leading the tournament with 11.
Well, I doubt that he will be complaining a lot about the system.
Oh, certainly not. We have the cross table updated already with the new addition of 1.5 points for Magnus Carlsen by today's round, the end of today's round for him, but not the rest of the field. 11 points out of 14.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to be a continuation of his previous tournaments, that it will be extremely difficult to catch up with him. It's only him who can ruin it. It's not the opponents.
Yeah, and you said it when we were witnessing the game between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen, that game could decide the winner of the tournament. Magnus Carlsen was on the ropes. He was about to lose his unbeaten streak against the Armenian #1. He was in a very difficult position. He knew it was losing.
For a long time. For a long time, he was in a very difficult situation.
Yeah, but as he said, he just kept on playing even though the position was lost. He didn't see any concrete way for Levon to win. There were a couple of missed chances.
He didn't want to.
He wasn't
definitely
looking
he was
for
not
that.
searching.
He just kept the game going, and Levon Aronian started thinking way too much. That's when Magnus felt there is a chance, when Aronian spent way too much time trying to find a way to win. And in the end, that was a draw in the classical game, and the Armageddon, psychologically, for Aronian, that was already a lost
case. It was
case.
extremely difficult, and he had a must-win situation anyway.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to set your mind that when you had a completely winning position, and then you have to start off from scratch.
Yeah. The other game where Magnus was in trouble, not as much of a trouble as against Aronian, but he was in somewhat of a trouble against Ding Liren in the previous round. He escaped, and then the Armageddon was also a bit of a shaky story in terms of Magnus having to play for a win with the white pieces in that rook and bishop endgame.
Yeah.
But he won.
Well, and now it seems like it's going by itself, no?
Yeah, when things go well, everything goes well.
Yeah, well, but now it was, today he didn't really have, I mean, he didn't have a single second that it was something to be worried about.
Yeah.
I mean, in the opening,
So
in the Sveshnikov, it was just going very smoothly. And what is very interesting that in Armageddon game, I mean, we can see that actually the players cannot keep the tension up to move 20. I mean, most of the games are simply decisive.
That's true.
Or after that, it's a mess starts, but it's already, for example, Levon Aronian, which he almost lost against Ding Liren. I mean, he was almost winning already at move 20. And then he ruined it because he wanted to make it so simple and simplify it. But we barely see games in the Armageddon at move 20 that it's still a normal game.
You've got a point there. I didn't think about this before. We have so many perspectives of this new format, and every day we discover a new detail.
Yeah, but it means that they really don't know how to play the Armageddon somehow. They play either too fast or, I mean, today,
Too many
Wesley,
mistakes at an early
he
stage.
just gave up a pawn, right?
Yeah,
So it's
with
it
a lot
is
of
very-
time on the clock still. You
yeah.
were right.
Okay, what Grischuk made with this
Bishop h6.
chess blindness, that was horror. But I think if we see many of the games, it seems like the tension cannot be kept. Like we really barely see positions where move 20, complicated position, really balancing. The tension is escalating with time.
Yeah, that's true. It's also something that we asked to Grandmaster Peter Heine Nielsen when he was in the studio with us on the day when you were at the Norway Summit. Dirk-Jan Gozendam and myself were having the pleasure of being joined by the second of Magnus Carlsen, and we asked him if Magnus prepared for the Armageddon, the time control, and the situation. He said, "Well, you can practice penalty shoots, but it's not like a penalty competition. So you can try to practice, but you are not in the same situation psychologically." So he kind of
It
said
means that he was
yes. he kind of said yes, but at the same time, until you are not in the same stress situation, the same nerves that the players are witnessing here, all of them seem to be way more nervous than usual. It's not their normal super tournament attitude. Even in the classical games, there's no increment, and they seem to be constantly under pressure from move one on.
Yes, but I think it's extremely important. If he had been playing these kind of Armageddon games with these time controls, it means that if you're in shape and you practice, while you're practicing and experiencing, even if it's in a home environment or it's nothing at stake, you get the feeling for it that really you can do the first 15 moves just doing it in 30 seconds. And then when you start thinking, you really get the feeling for the game, how to manage your time. And I think probably when Magnus said that he prefers black, this was his experience by the training sessions, that it is much easier for him to play with black, because what kind of risk does he have? To make a draw, it's no big deal.
Yeah, true, because normally everybody would be happy with a draw against Magnus Carlsen. Here we have seen all his Armageddon matches going in his favor, but he did have some problems with the white pieces, that's true.
So, yeah, because the stress is much more on your shoulder, and time issues are not something serious for Magnus.
Yeah, World
We've
Bliss
seen-
champion currently
yeah,
too.
we've seen that he's managing his time so well, and he's fantastic in Blitz. So, but somehow he's really balancing very well. But he plays very well.
It's going great for the world champion, sole leader of the tournament with 2 rounds to go. We will need to see who can catch up with Magnus, if anyone can catch him at all. So far, it's going to be a very difficult story. Yu Yang-yi is the player who was a point and a half behind Magnus before this round. If he wins in the classical game against Levon, that will give him only a point difference between Magnus and him, but it's not easy to beat Levon Aronian. I don't know if we can just briefly have a look how that game is going between the second and third placed players.
What we have, after knight e3, white played bishop f4, and after knight c2, rook c1 was played. And I have the feeling that we are going to have exchange of material. Black will be going rook a3, white will probably take the pawn and then take the pawn on c7. And shortly we are going to have another fun game of Armageddon between Yu Yang-yi and Levon Aronian, between the second and the third in the tournament. That's what I'm really expecting. I don't think there is something else we played. Actually, it's move 31.
Oh.
Already, but I don't
shall
think
we?
I don't think it's a draw for. But we
No.
see rook a3, and it is very clear that the game will be agreed to a draw very shortly, I believe. White did take rook takes a3, black captures back, and now white is going to take rook c7, and I doubt it that we are going to see too many moves in this position before agreeing to a draw, the two players. And then they agreed to a draw. after rook c7.
Yes, and that's another Armageddon. The second Armageddon game of the day will be between Yu Yangyi and Levon Aronian, starting in about 15 minutes, where the Chinese Grandmaster has to win. In case of a draw, Aronian gets the full point and will take over Yu Yangyi in the standings, in my opinion. But I'm going to double check because I'm very bad at maths. Yu Yangyi was on 8 points and Aronian on 7.5. Yes, this is about the second place. Who will be second? That depends on this Armageddon game.
So we'll see shortly how many minutes exactly they will receive and when they continue the Armageddon. In the meantime, we had a move in the game between Ding Liren and Mamedyarov. Bishop c2 was played, and now black to move. And I have the feeling that maybe Mamedyarov just realized how difficult it will be for him after taking queen d7. And bishop b3, which you pointed out, that this is a very unpleasant move for black.
I just followed up on your idea. You played bishop c2.
Yeah, but this is a very important moment because white can exchange the bishops with the extremely good circumstances. Because I don't see if black can do anything else but taking on d1, and black is unfortunate that he does not have bishop b3 and rook f1 because bishop e1 can be defending against the mate. So after rook d1, black really has to be moving away with his queen, but actually I'm looking at it and it's not even bishop e6. It's simply white goes rook e1 and it wins, because bishop f5 check, white goes out and game over.
Because both the queen and the rook are hanging. Oh, geez. But then, what if the queen goes to another square, not e8? Well, still there's a trade on e6, but where can the queen go?
Queen c8
Where
is
can the
possible
queen go?
to go. Queen c8, it means that's the only move. But it's definitely very shaky for black. I mean, maybe white should be going queen h4, threatening with rook d8. And if black would go rook f8 to defend, then already because of the pin, queen g4 is possible.
Double pin, almost.
So maybe queen h4 wins the game.
Wow. That's a beautiful move. Rook
So what do
d8
we see?
to pick up the
Queen d7 was just played, and bishop b3 seems to be a killing move.
We shall see if Ding Liren goes for it. He was thinking a lot before bishop c2, so he must have something calculated for this position.
He's excited. He wants to go bishop b3, but he's still hesitating.
He did
bishop
it.
b3.
Bishop b3 on the board. This may be a winning move if our analysis is correct. Bishop b3. Rook takes d1 is basically the only response, unless black gives up the exchange on d5.
Well, yeah, black's problem is that, for example, I was wondering if knight f2 is possible, maybe, but yeah, because now queen g6.
h6, g6, rook h8, mate. Thank
this
you
is
for
not
the game.
After queen g6, yeah, queen h, yeah.
Mamedyarov played rook takes d1. We are expecting rook takes d1, and then the question is, where can the black
C8.
queen go? Queen
Yeah,
c8.
queen c8. Now the question is, was I right by saying that after queen h4, black has no defense? Probably black would be going taking on b3, and after rook d8 taking, and after that going rook f8, and the queen has to go to d3 because rook f1 is a threat. So after queen d3, black can go back bishop e6. So this will be still not easy to win for white.
Mm-hmm.
So for now, this is the only thing I see for black.
A rook and a minor piece for the queen.
So now white has to decide whether is he going for the queen, or is he going for this, exchanging this Well, actually, in this position, also possible to play queen b8, rook f8, and now queen b7, which looks very dangerous for black because this is such a powerful bishop and still weak pawns on a7. In other hand, it's very tempting to go queen h4.
It is tempting to win the queen. Will Dingliren play queen h4 or something else? That will be the question. Let's just quickly check the rest of the games as well while he's thinking. If there's any major difference between what we have seen.
Well, we haven't seen quite a while with the game between Vasile Graf and Grischuk, which is not too interesting for the outcome of the tournament, but two great players are facing each other. And what we have here after f takes e5, that the knight is still tied down to the rook on c3. So that's why knight c5 is not possible yet. And well, of course, the black's king structure is not something that black is so happy with. But for the moment, there is nothing really wrong. I wonder if maybe white would want to go rook c7, but then bishop b3 would be unpleasant. So it seems like white is a little bit tied up here. So I think black is completely fine. I mean, probably white should be moving away with his queen somehow. And then probably black is going rook c8 or rook b8 first. It's, yeah, rook b8 is possible, so black stops the rook b1 possibility, and the threat would be bishop b3. So I think black is doing completely fine. And time-wise, it's Grischuk is entering into the rapid part of the game.
What a surprise!
But still 26 minutes for the game. So I'm curious how white is going to be continuing this game.
Any moves between Caruana and Anand, where we saw bishop takes f3 and knight a7, not very pleasant
We
for Vichy.
had bishop c2 was played and black played g6, which obviously is something you must do, I believe, when the bishop is on c2. Though, of course, d4 is always something I would consider. And but after d4, probably rook d1 would be the move. And then already after c5, either bishop f5, e6 is also possible. I mean, the knight on a7 is really giving a hard time for black at the moment. After bishop c2, g6, on the other hand, it's very dangerous because on the long diagonal, some things may happen, which is definitely not favors black. e6 is always something that black has to take in account, calculating, but it seems that it's not so bad for black, because after queen g4, black can even play e5 to offer an exchange to the queens, and then he's okay already. He got away with it. Or okay, so actually queen g3 was played, planning to make e6 and giving up the pawn in order that the bishop will be able to be sacrificed on g6. So if black would be going knight d5, knight b5, for example, then for sure white would continue it with e6. And after f takes e6, I believe bishop g6 would be the move. There is no intermediate move like knight c3 because of bishop e8. And so this would be... Black cannot take it because of the mating attack. Check and bishop h6.
And then queen g7
So
mate.
that's also something not possible. So after queen g3, for example, there is an option for black to play queen e6. Still keep in mind to play d4, c5, knight b5. So I wonder after queen e6 what would be the move. For example, bishop d1 to play bishop g4 and still go for the e6 move. This is possible. In principle, f4, f5 is also something white can be playing for. But I'm not sure white has time for everything, to be honest. Queen g3 was played, and actually Fabiano left the board. And actually, Fabi has less time than Vichy. He's only 32 minutes and
This
for
is
the whole
move
game.
21, so the players will start receiving increment only from move 41, and that's an increment of 10 seconds. Fabi will definitely need to take care of his time. We will go for a short break, but before we do that, let's just one more time check the Dingley and Mamedyarov position, as it is on fire, and then the Armageddon game between Yu Yangyi and Levon Aronyan will start at 8 o'clock local time. That's in 14 minutes. We'll be back, of course, before the Armageddon begins.
We have a fantastic move played
Oh,
by Mamedyarov because Queen H4 was played and Knight F6 seems to be, wow, what a fantastic tactics. If after Bishop F6 Black is able to go Bishop B3 and Rook D8 is not possible because
ooh,
of takes.
the back rank.
And finally the back rank is working for Black. So after Knight F6, Bishop F6, Bishop B3, if White would be taking, then actually Black made a miracle to get back the piece. But unfortunately for Black, White did a very strong move, I believe. Rook D6,
Oh, wow.
forcing Black to take on B3.
Yeah.
And now I think White would be just taking back. And this is what's happening. Bishop takes B3. And, well, for now, I believe that Rook F6 would be not the best because actually Rook F6 is possible. Maybe Rook F6.
So Rook D6 is on the board, and Mamedyarov has taken on B3.
But Mamedyarov knows exactly that his position is not going to survive this one. Well, the problem is that if Black goes back with his bishop, White can capture on G6.
And it's mate on H8 after H takes
Well,
G6.
Black will be moving out with the king, but then Queen H6, King E7, I think Bishop B4, and then actually the piece can be taken.
Yeah.
Also, Queen D2 is possible. That's also seems to be kind of that for Black. But I think Rook E6 is simply possible
Rook
because
F1
after
is
the
only a check.
check, yeah. Actually, it's a very nice game played by Dingley Ren.
Yeah.
It's very professionally done.
He played another very nice attacking game in the first round, but that was in the Armageddon against Wesley So, and this one in the classical portion. A beautiful attacking game. It was a very messy middle game position after the F3 Grunfeld, and now it seems that Dingley Ren is fully in control and he's converting it into a full point. Rook D6, what a move.
And he goes Rook takes F6. Yeah, it's a very sad story for Mamedyarov
It is.
because this Rook G6, this makes it possible. That this is why it's deadly dangerous.
Yes, and if Black takes on F6, Queen takes F6, threats of mate on G7, threat of winning the Queen with Queen H8, and the Bishop is hanging. That is a completely winning position for White. Beautifully played by the world number 3, and this is going to be 2 points for Dingley Ren for winning this game, the classical game against Shahryar Mamedyarov. We'll come back to this game if it's still going on after the break. And, of course, the Armageddon game between Yu Yangyi and Levon Aronyan that's starting in 11 minutes. So we'll go for a short break before that, and we'll see you very shortly.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også han her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back to our broadcast. We are being joined by Ding Liren, who won a brilliant game against Shahriar Mammadov, receiving 2 points for this win in the classical game. Congratulations, Ding. Can you please tell us about the game and how you felt about this massive position in the Grunfeld?
Yeah, this is a very long line, theoretical line. Here, Queen E1 maybe is less played, but it was recommended by the engine. And I think he will also prepare the line. And it's very complicated. Both sides have many choices.
Yes.
So I just follow the engine choice. And here, when I play E5, I think he had opportunity to take with bishop. And then he just take it. But I remember my preparation is not based on bishop E5. So at one point I would worry that maybe I missed my preparation.
So probably the engines, it was not the first move, bishop e5.
Not the first move, yes. I was worried about maybe I forgot my preparation. But I thought I just looked at this position yesterday. So I didn't believe I have such bad memory. So I just want to find the move that
That can refute this move because it's not the best of the engine.
I'll not refute, but just can have some chances. Since if I take a knight, Queen G3, he has knight F2, and
Bishop f5.
Yes, and also if knight G5, knight F2, this is just bad for white. So I think this is the only move.
And what do you think? Where did he go wrong?
Yeah, this is a very bad move, I think.
On knight a4.
Yes. Maybe he should play like this, just
Defending against knight g5.
G5. And the position very unclear. I have many choices like rook C1 or something else. But after this, I think he will just worse since I have bishop G6.
Yes.
And if we take knight F2, I also have bishop G6.
Bishop g6.
We will continue with your game, and after that we will switch to the Armageddon between Yu Yang and Levon Aronya. But I think we should still go through some of the critical moments, maybe until it's an open. Or you want to switch first? All right.
Yeah.
You told us that your experience in Armageddon hasn't been so positive, and now you want to see how to play it better. Are we picking up some hints on how to do well in Armageddon? And it's your compatriot Yu Yang with the white pieces. Do you train together with Yu Yang?
No. Yeah, but the game itself repeats the line he played against me in Armageddon.
That's true.
Yeah,
yes.
I think he
Knight d7, bishop f4.
the same move, same line.
Queen h4, this is all theory. I played this with black also, I believe. And queen h5, c takes d5. Do you play this with any of the colors?
Yes, I played this with black against Yu Yang, and he played f3.
Yeah.
But this is a bad move actually.
Is it?
So today maybe he improved. Yes, he take first, then after improve.
Okay.
Maybe
so
this is
now-
what he wants to play against me.
And he messed it up.
So
He didn't remember
He
properly.
win the game, then he also saved the preparation.
That's a lucky case that he mixed his variation up, and even like this, he managed to score against you in that Armageddon.
Now black has to think.
Yeah, now Levon Aronyan
Also,
is
I was
thinking.
unfamiliar with the position.
And he knows exactly that this is not the game where you can spend too much time. Knight c5. Maybe bishop f5 by
yeah.
white.
Knight
Looks quite
b6.
scary with the black pieces, having the queen on h5.
Knight b6. Maybe.
Otherwise, white is
G4.
threatening with h4, g4. So
G4 was played afterwards, so we need to catch up with those.
not
last
bishop
move.
f5.
Yeah,
G4 was
instead of
played
that G4
immediately.
immediately.
And now black is hesitating to h3 or h4. Should he be going? Probably to h3. But
Queen
queen
h4
h4 because he can sneak back
Yeah.
somewhere in the long diagonal.
After bishop
yeah.
G3.
It's just a knight d3.
Yes, because otherwise the h7 pawn is under attack. But black can have a very dangerous position after knight d3. Taking queen e7.
Yes, Levon must be thinking
Actually,
of
queen
including
h6.
it.
He did not take on d3. He played queen h6.
Since white cannot castle.
But white has double the time.
Oh, and because queen e3, yeah.
Yeah, castle is not possible. For the moment, white has to take care of his e3 square.
King
Can white go f4?
But take, knight c5.
Takes, knight c5, and then the g4 is hanging, and also knight e4. Yeah, this is why f4 is not so. Knight f5 is played.
It's also a very powerful move. Protecting the e3 square as well.
Black is having problems with his time, definitely. That is going to be or can be an issue here in this game. Queen e6.
Yeah, still 9 minutes left for Yu Yang, only 4 for Levon Aronian.
Now the e5 pawn is hanging. Not so easy to decide with white. After f4 again, black would be taking on d3 and knight c5, knight e4. Levon Aronian seems to be extremely
He's very nervous.
Very
Yes,
nervous.
Very nervous during Armageddon games. Yeah.
What is the most difficult in the Armageddon game for you? Or everything?
Yeah, I'll just blunder at one point.
Yeah.
Like last round, I played very well.
Yes.
Yeah, against Magnus.
Yeah. You were very close, and then
Yeah, very close to it.
castles.
Knight e5.
Let's see what knight e. From knight e5, knight d4.
Queen h6.
Sorry.
Queen h6.
Yeah, it
Queen
was played.
Queen h6.
The knight is
Knight
hanging
takes
on e5.
e5
Ah,
has
okay.
just been played.
Yes, because queen h6, then this.
Yes, yeah.
But what about
Knight to d4, Queen h6
Then
and
bishop
e.
f7.
it's played. It's played.
Then white has to play bishop h7.
Yeah, but it will not give much for white, no? Maybe
How about
g5?
Yeah. No, but he can take then queen h6.
Or maybe bishop f5?
No, knight c4.
Yeah, it's... Yes, but if white has to go bishop h7, it's also not going to be much. Taking, taking, bishop e5, rook e8, let's say, bishop d7.
Yes, black
It's
fine.
just fine.
Yeah.
So let's see, after queen h6 was blundered probably from white side, I believe.
Now Yu Yang is taking his time to decide how to react. It must have come as a surprise
And
indeed.
bishop h7 is on the board.
Now very quick moves after the trade on h7, taking on e5.
Yeah, rook e8. Well, probably bishop d6 or rook e1. It's very difficult to create
Bishop to
serious
g3.
chances. Bishop d7, most logical, not allowing white knight to b5. Optionally to c7.
Yeah, black is very safe. Rook
Very
c8,
safe.
knight a4.
And it's easy to play,
Yes.
unless
Actually,
white...
I have the same. I have a similar pawn structure against Yu Yang. But
That's
then
true.
I play some knight e6,
Yeah.
not knight a4.
Yes.
And I know the knight should play placed on a4.
And it's on a4 already.
Yeah.
In this game it did happen, knight a4. Rook a to c1 to protect the pawn.
Well, probably black will be taking on e1 and rook e8.
Rook a c8.
Rook a c8 was played. Levon Aronian is very nervous, but
It's interesting he's still that nervous because his time disadvantage is not as big
no,
anymore.
I'm not sure it was so good for him to take with the bishop. Maybe some technical. Actually, bishop e1. It looks pretty slow for white.
Bishop even bishop d7,
Bishop d2. Probably he'll start moving with his pawns.
h4.
h4.
The move of the tournament in every game.
b6. I thought maybe b5
Yeah,
could
b6
be.
slow.
Right? It's little... but okay, he's regrouping his to c4. King f2. Maybe white increased a little bit on his position, though after rook e1, rook e8. That's
Offering the trade of rooks because black has draw odds.
well, I think white should be
Taking
interesting
it.
that he's taking
And king
it.
f2.
White has a nice position on the king's side, but
And he pushes h5 to expand further, f6.
now how to continue? King g3, f4, knight c4, bishop c1, I guess.
It's 5 minutes versus 3.
Well, once f4 is played, then knight d6, knight d4 will be. And actually, we are just having this position.
Yeah, that's unpleasant, the knight appearing on e4.
Well, king f3, knight e4, c4. But knight b5 is
Yeah.
gonna appear there, right?
92.
Well, yeah.
Keep the knight. You need to keep the material on the board.
King h4.
King h4.
And after knight b5, knight e2 indeed.
Yes, what else? This is the only way of trying to play for a win. Bishop e6, very logical. Black wants to go d4 and grab the a2, f5, bishop f7, I guess. So a3 or a4? a3, no? Black has 3 minutes.
Yeah, and Levin is checking on what move they are because they receive increment from
A3.
move 61. That's still far. 20 more moves.
I believe knight should be regrouped, I think.
How about d4?
d4? Yeah, d4 takes. Bishop c4. Yeah, but actually black was going solid, playing king f8. I'm not sure a4 will be not coming and pushed back the knight. And a4 is
A4?
there. So after knight
Yeah,
d6,
A4.
white would be making the move bishop a3, knight c7. It's not the
Yeah, I
best
think
place
king
for
f8
the
is
knight.
not good move.
Sorry?
King f8 is
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
d4
Too
what you
slow.
said. I think that was
no,
straightforward.
White has some chance.
Now
yeah.
white has some chance. Black will be going bishop e8, but then bishop f4 is possible.
Yeah.
The knight on c7 is in trouble.
It's 4 minutes
this
versus
is-
2.5.
This is exactly what we are having right now. The question is whether bishop a3 first and bishop d6 or straight bishop f4 now. But white has something which can be unpleasant for black. Bishop
f4.
f4. This is something definitely Levon does not like, cannot be happy about.
Knight a6.
If knight a6, maybe bishop d6, knight e6, bishop f8. For example, something like this. I don't know what will be the outcome of this.
No, bishop d7.
Bishop d7. So knight is on a6 right now. Knight b5 is possible. Knight
Yeah.
b5 maybe.
Knight c5.
Knight b5, knight c5. Yeah. So maybe bishop d6 first, and then knight b5.
No, can just take bishop b5.
And knight c5 and knight a4.
It's 3 minutes left for Yu Yangyi and 2 minutes for Levin Aronian. Move 43. So still not getting increment until another 17 moves.
Difficult moment for Yangyi.
How to keep the tension. He has to play for a win.
Maybe g5.
Knight e6.
Even knight e6 first. King f7. Maybe it's sometime to go g5.
Indeed,
And
g5.
g5 is played. F takes, king takes. White wants to go bishop e5 and grab the pawn.
Knight c5.
Yeah, now
No.
knight c5 is
Yeah, this is true.
going to completely save the game. Well, probably white should be...
Knight d8. king e8. King e7.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. What about A6, A5? Not 94. 94. also.
94.
Yeah.
It takes the knight, but then it's opposite color. Bishop endgame where white has to play for a win. D4.
Well, this is not going to be
True.
anything else but a draw. And now already I believe that Levon Aronian is, look, he's not so nervous anymore by far than as he was just even a few moves ago.
And in case of a victory in the Armageddon, Levon will take the second place from Yu Yang Yi. Couple of
Well,
quick
black-
moves, but this is no progress for white.
And Bishop D7, these are on the board. It's hard to imagine how at all it's possible to lose it with black. Right?
Yeah.
There's
Not
nothing-
even
nothing-
chess blindness, not even Bishop H6.
Nothing too big
like Gray
done.
shook. Yes, unfortunately for Yu Yang, who has been having an excellent tournament here in Stavanger, this is going to go for Levon Aronian, the point for the Armageddon. And in terms of the time situation, it's a minute left for Yu Yang Yi, 1.5 minutes for Levon Aronian, even more time on the clock. And move 57, that is, there's increment in 3 moves, a 3-second increment for move 61.
Well, there is nothing to be playing here already.
Yeah, and Yu Yang obviously knows it.
Well, he does not give up. He just still tries to,
Go to the king side with the king.
but there is no practical chance.
Thinking of pawn breaks on the king side, but obviously they all lead to a draw.
He tried.
Yeah.
He tried. He had some parts of the game when it was, he had some potentially great chances.
Yes, after this Armageddon game, we will return to your
Draw.
game. That this is a draw, and that's a full point for Levon Aronian. He takes the second place from Yu Yang Yi, 1.5 point for Levon, and Yu Yang Yi gets half a point for today. Can we just go back to this very exciting position where, and where do you think things went wrong for black?
Could
Yes.
he save after Queen H4?
I think no. He plays this strict forward line.
When did you see the move D7?
I think I see when I played Queen H4. Yes, and this,
Yeah, beautiful move.
yeah, he cannot take. We take rook, then check.
Yeah. You have too many rooks and too many
Yeah.
bishops from the perspective of black.
But I miss rook d5. It's a good move.
Ah, okay. Yeah, for some time we thought it's black it can hold more or less, but then Anna said bishop b3.
After you said Bishop C2, it was a team effort.
At least check. Queen
Yes.
c7.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah, and bishop c4 you have.
yeah,
there
this is a
too.
good move.
Yeah,
First, I want to play rook d1, but I think he can take.
and bishop and
And rook d7.
Rook d7,
I'm
yes.
not sure about the position since he had. knight
but why
f2.
not?
No mate here. So this very lucky to have bishop c2.
Yeah, actually bishop c3 is the luck.
Sorry.
Bishop b3.
Ah, yes,
That after queen d7, bishop b3, and everything falls apart, right?
yes.
Because
but instead of bishop
otherwise-
c3,
Why? What do you have otherwise?
I don't know.
I thought that bishop b3, if you don't have, then
yes. If we
maybe
take,
black saves.
yeah, if we check,
Yes.
take, and now I have queen c7. This is very important. Not check, but queen c7, queen a4,
And bishop a2.
If take queen d8,
Beautiful.
then it's knight, it's mate. If this,
Well, actually, it's no surprise. I mean,
Yeah.
having these bishops on the
yes,
board.
one must have some winning move. Yeah, and this is the only move since if queen c6, queen g4.
Yes.
If
Yes.
queen E7 with E8, rook E1.
Yes.
Yes, so
Yeah.
queen C8, he had to protect square.
Queen H4.
Yes, I missed knight F6 actually.
Ah.
I only thought.
Yeah,
leaving-
I thought that this is what he was going. I didn't see knight F6.
Yes,
but
and
I
queen
thought this
D3
and bishop
before.
B6.
I have queen D3. Yeah.
Now bishop E6.
Queen
It's not
D4.
so simple.
No, queen D4. Is it?
Yeah, okay,
The
but you
attack is
still have to
Too
win.
strong. No, it
Oh,
just
no?
takes pawn. Too strong. This is easily win.
Easy winning.
Yeah, of course, it's important that you can take the
Yeah,
pawn.
I'm very happy I have rook D6. Otherwise, if I play this, it's a very bad move. You can play knight E4, knight D5.
Knight D5.
Yes. And this is very important.
But here A takes B also wins, no?
He can check.
Checks, king A2. Or maybe it's only very... But rook F6
No.
was straightforward.
Knight D5. No, it's
Ah, okay.
not winning.
So rook
Yeah.
F6 is the only one. Yeah, it was
Yeah, I
very
have rook
powerful.
G6,
Yes,
yes.
yes, yes.
A beautiful game. Where do you think then was the last mistake by black?
Maybe just
Knight
knight
A4
A4.
Knight
already.
A4?
Yes, and after the remove of his dark square bishop, the position become very vulnerable.
What a complex position. Thank you so much for showing us your thoughts and also for analyzing the Armageddon game of your compatriot. Congratulations one more time on the win in the classical game and good luck for the remaining 2 rounds. We hope
Thank
that
you
you
very
will feel
much.
better also with your throat.
Good luck.
And I believe we will be joined by the other winner of the round. His Armageddon match against Yu Yangi was a win for Levon Aronian with a draw with the black pieces. Congratulations, Levon. We'll give you
Congratulations.
a microphone.
Yeah.
Congratulations, another stellar performance.
How was it?
It was
It's
fantastic.
getting better and better.
You gave the show to us, right? So, can you say something about the classical game? Because I had my feelings how it went, but in the beginning, after e takes d5 castle, is it a common move?
Yeah, quite common. I think everybody analyzed it. I'm not sure who played it first, but probably some correspondence games. I think the most critical is bishop e2. I won't show my whole preparation, but I can say that the first 2 moves are takes and c-take d.
Yeah, that's kind of a
And then
logical.
bishop g5, and then
follow-up.
I mean it's
Yeah.
at least the game is going, because after f3 is a bit too fast. Everything.
Yeah, it
gets
seems
out
like
of the
black
board.
does not have any problems, right?
I mean, I don't think there is any move in this position that leads to problems for black.
Yeah.
But you know how the chess players are. We like to get it completely sterilized.
and anyway, you don't mind to give up pawns, at least for
Yeah.
temporary, for sure.
Yeah, I think bishop g5 is some long line which leads to a draw. dc is another one. But here I was kind of getting a bit, honestly speaking, a little bit ambitious after this moves.
That's
was
what I
thinking-
thought, that it's if somebody wants to play for a win, it's probably you will consider it to do so.
I was-
Having your knight on d5 and...
Yeah, because after a3, I kind of had this feeling that, okay, I'm better, but then I said, okay, I'm not really better, because
No, I think it can
Yeah.
be a little unpleasant for white sometimes.
Queen,
right?
Queen a4 is basically invitation for a forced line, forced draw. Queen e3 is the only move. And then takes. And yeah, I was from distance. I was thinking, oh, this is
You
all
have a nice
nice, but
A-pawn.
unfortunately, yeah. So I'll have to go.
Yeah, but still, you're not so happy usually to give an a-pawn to guys
to
like
your
you.
opponent. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so Queen d3 is a safer approach, but then okay, Rook d7, Rook d8. I mean, it's just safe.
Yeah,
And-
Queen b3, it was
And here, Queen b3 is a very professional move. Just
Just
keeping
go for a
everything
draw.
under control. And yeah, I mean, white is not in a risk to be better. And I thought maybe queen e4 would make some little bit more sense, because at least the rook gets here. But then I can always take and play something like, was it rook e7 or rook e8? I think rook e7. And then he still gets this annoying pin. So c4, knight f6. And those positions I like to play extremely precisely. I mean, I don't generally like to play them, but if I get them, then I just concentrate and try to find the most precise way to play. So, yeah, because this is all very easy. I mean, if he's doing some insane things, if I want, I can play g5, but I can also go for this.
Yeah.
It's kind of cute.
It is cute.
And then rook
You
b1
pick up the piece in the end.
in the end of the line. And that's all she wrote, as Maurice would say.
Okay,
And
so
then you enter the Armageddon with the black pieces.
Yes.
Full of confidence because you are doing very well in Armageddon recently.
Yes, see, yesterday's, in
the previous round.
Previous round was a good game finally, and today I think I managed to. Okay, I was panicking a little bit because.
yeah, we could see on your body language that not everything was completely under control.
But I think I saw.
Probably.
I think
You
this
solved
was
it.
very important.
Yes,
Queen
but
h6.
actually it was a blunder by White after going back. I don't know what he should have done, but right, he blundered. I think later when he played knight d4, queen h6. When you went to h6 for the second time.
No, but he has nothing else to do. I thought. What is he supposed to do? Because f4, knight e5, yeah. No, wait.
No,
f4 is
f4,
the.
knight d3, knight c5, knight d4. No,
So he should have played f4, of course.
that's what we thought.
Yeah,
But
f4.
okay, you put your knight on e4, but still he has beautiful pawns.
Yeah, then he starts pushing. At least this is. I think this is type of thing he wanted to get.
Yeah, but then he messed it up with knight f5 and
Because
he
once
blundered.
he allowed me to
Yeah.
take on e5, I'm so
But
safe.
then he had some.
Okay, slight.
Something.
But the problem is for him, I'm just mechanically playing.
When you played b6,
Yeah.
we thought actually later somehow you ended up to have all his pawns on the king's side.
With this stuff.
No, somehow when your knight was on c7,
I was so
no?
sure this is okay. Okay.
No, here was of course very okay.
Well,
but once you had
I
your knight on
blundered
c7,
a4. I blundered a4.
no, here it was kind of
Okay, I should have played any other move. Bishop e8.
d4. We thought.
d4 also possible, but then I was thinking this is impractical. I'm making it easier for him to play.
But what can he play?
I mean, he will play this, of course.
Yeah.
And then, somehow I felt maybe it's easier for him to play just in a time scramble, because he doesn't have this weakness anymore. Something like this, Here I was more or less, h6 is coming. It's not that, not what I wanted. Maybe it's,
bishop d3.
yeah, maybe objectively it's
Well,
the
it's
best, but
kind
it's
of-
not what I wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those tricks. Because I
Yeah, but it seemed to us that we were watching it with England, and we thought that, well, after here...
But this a4 pawn is
Well,
already...
a4 pawn is there, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought that okay, I blundered. I forgot about
No,
a4.
it should be okay for black, it's just that you have to be precise.
Yeah, but
But you are.
because I mean, there is no way in this world I'm going to play knight a8.
Okay, that's clear.
Maybe it's a good move, but it's not just the way I play chess.
Not your taste.
Yeah. I would rather give some pawns instead of just
Or
playing knight
pieces,
a8.
right?
Yeah. And if I'm not doing that, then I guess I have a very solid position. I thought he should have. I thought this g5 was very bad. I thought he should have done this.
Yeah, but you go bishop d7,
Yeah.
or takes and then...
Takes
you
bishop
can
f8,
take-
I thought.
And then bishop d7,
Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works.
yeah.
Okay, maybe take g5. Something like this you should have done. I mean, because once you allow knight c5, then it's finished.
Yeah. Yeah, there is not much left.
Oh, yeah. So g5 was a losing mistake.
So you became number 2 in the tournament.
Yeah, you took over Yu Yang Yi.
Yes.
How do you see your chances overtaking Magnus?
I don't know. I mean, his opponents are apparently just handing it to him.
Well, you were number one in this, right?
Yes, I started the trend, and now everybody thinks it's the right thing to do. Yeah,
You show the way.
yeah. No, it's
You have
ridiculous.
the white pieces against Fabiano, and in the last round you face Vichy with the black pieces. How do you see those two games if they go into an Armageddon?
Well, first there's a classical game, so let's see how that goes. And if it goes to Armageddon, you can see that I'm extremely talented.
That's what I
Stabilizing
wanted
yourself.
to hear. Your
Yes.
Armageddon game is
And-
improving.
And what do you think?
I have my A game in Armageddon now.
If you have to say that from the experience you have until now, whether white or black has the edge in this system.
Very unclear. Very unclear. But I would rather not have Vichy with white. It would be more unpleasant playing against Vichy with white, I
This is
think.
extremely stable.
He's so solid. Yeah.
Before we let you go, we definitely want to know your opinion on Vichy's
If he's
today's
so
game.
solid, is
And
he solid
Not in this
today?
game. Not in this game. This has to be forced mate. I mean, my
Bishop G6,
feeling
no?
tells me.
Can we give up the rook? I think maybe it's overexcited.
No, Queen H4 is there.
Sorry?
HG you should take. But this is... Wait, King H8. Okay. Uh-huh.
Bishop
And then?
six.
What, why Rook G8?
Oh, bishop f8 you want
Yeah.
to do?
Oh, Bishop... Wait.
Maybe you know what? What about this?
It's possible, but you can use it in the moment of Bishop F8.
But we go rook g8 and bishop queen e5 check and those stuff.
Yeah.
But here you have to take it and probably it's mate, isn't it?
Why?
What do you mean?
I just-
Bishop e5
yes.
is not there.
I only see perpetual. Even I don't... Yeah, perpetual is there, yeah.
You wanted to say there's no perpetual.
No, I was kidding.
Okay, yeah, I missed that the bishop on e5.
No, but wait, King H8, so what happens?
Here?
Yeah. So... this Queen E5 is there, so this is not available for white.
So what about taking on e7 simply?
Oh, that's nice. That generally it's advised to remove a defending piece.
Yeah,
if
queen
you can.
f6, take
Yeah,
on
this is
c5.
mate. Rook C5, everything's coming.
Yeah, this is mate. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
Queen
Yeah.
F6,
Yeah,
Rook
and rook
C5.
c5.
Oh my god.
I just wanted to defend from the bishop e5. So, yeah, I mean, it looks... but okay, black can just simply go out
Queen H4?
and resign this way.
No, well, he has still one move, no? He still has one move. I mean, white is threatening bishop f5, queen h4. So he still has...
What about, let's say, knight c6?
Bishop f5?
And bishop f5, queen h4, sorry.
No, probably you need to play something like bishop f8, but I don't believe in
Bishop
this.
f7,
Bishop
queen
f7,
g8
yeah.
is not a bad reply.
Yes. Oh my god.
Seems to be force mate in every variation. And that's what Fabiano is calculating. He's got 7 minutes left to make a decision.
Yeah, the question is
But
whether he can just
he-
simply move something, right?
Yeah, but he's not going to do it. He's going
He'll
to. He's
wait.
going to take on g6.
He has to go to g.
This I can guarantee you.
He'll take for sure.
Yes. Because rook c1, you still don't know what's happening. Because okay, some king g7 or some d3 will come. I mean,
Well,
I think he's about to make a move. So
He will
let's see
take
if
on
Levon,
g6.
you're right.
I'm sure of it.
You're sure? Mm-hmm. What would you bet on it?
My hat.
Your hat.
which you like very much.
Yes.
So that's a very valuable
So
prize.
is it going to be a rook and bishop sacrifice in one move?
Bishop takes g6 is Levon Aronyan's prediction for Fabiano, and he's about to touch a piece. Bishop takes
And
g6. You
your
can
hat
keep your
is-
hat.
Hattie stayed.
See, I told you guys. I know my opponents.
Yeah, your two opponents facing each other in this game. Queen takes e1, king h2,
And now
is-
probably Wish is gonna try something like, I don't know, rook d5 or something like that. Something desperate has to be tried.
Yeah, and in the meantime, the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Grischuk ended in a draw. They will play their Armageddon game at 10-9.
Wait, guys, how does White win after rook d5? Sorry to.
Yeah.
Rook g5?
Rook c5.
This is exciting.
Queen c7.
And Fabio only has 6
Takes.
minutes.
Queen e5 check.
No, I mean, I
take?
thought here and then
No,
queen
no,
c7.
no. This is nothing. Bishop f6 even in the worst case scenario, no?
Rook c5, it's, yeah, queen f2. Okay.
Wait. Rook d5. We need that position after rook d5.
Yeah, with the bishop on g6.
Okay. This
Bishop
is-
e4.
Uh,
Is this an option?
yeah, this is a viable option, but
And we have a move. Rook d5 is on the board.
Indeed.
see, I know my opponents. I don't see their moves, but. Oh, by the way, yeah.
Only move, I guess.
So, are we sure there's only we should
But what about check and queen h4?
rook g5?
Still rook g5. Rook g7.
Fabi has 5.5 minutes left to calculate
And
this
now takes?
position.
Takes. But this is not too scary, is it?
I don't know, queen d2.
Queen d2 rook c7, I don't
c7.
like so much. But you're not threatening anything
Just
killing.
rook g5.
Yeah, king h8, no?
Rook g7. Nothing
Yes.
serious.
Nothing serious, but
No.
I can't. Something has to be available here. Something like completely ridiculous, like h6, something like that. Or queen f3 will mate, yeah.
Rook f8.
Queen
Queen
h5
ah.
or something like that.
Yeah, this.
Or rook
squares.
f6 there. Rook g5, yeah. Well, it's very exciting, but bishop
No,
e4
but
will
here,
definitely follow.
Bishop d6, I think.
Yes.
Bishop d6
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have, or rook
sorry.
f8, and after that bishop.
Yeah. So bishop e4 will follow. And what have we got here? So rook g5 is not an option?
Well, rook g5 is not because takes all rooks, huh?
Wait, rook g5, bishop g5.
Takes.
No, this is lost. Bishop f6
Is
and
it?
take on e7, yeah?
And Fabi has played.
Rook c1.
Whoa! With
Oh,
4 minutes left
beautiful
on the clock.
move.
Rook c1.
Nice move.
But wait, what happens if I play rook g5 takes queen takes e6?
But what about here?
This is too sophisticated. Queen e6, king g7. Then you just retreated bishop, yeah?
Well, it seems like everything is hanging. Bishop e4 maybe. Bishop, yeah. No?
But knight b5, you know.
Okay, bishop d3.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
He's got 4 minutes left.
Sufficient.
Queen d5.
Oh, beautiful.
What a saving thing. Right?
Well, the position is very, very spicy. So we'll have to see what happens.
Well, and he has only 4 minutes with 10 seconds bonus after 10 moves from now.
But rook
10
g5 he
moves
will
from
play,
now.
most likely. Unless rook g5 loses to queen f3.
Maybe just takes check first,
Check
I think
first.
check first.
And
then.
no,
Oh,
bishop
but-
g5, yeah,
no,
check
but
first, sorry.
actually,
Yeah, check wins on the spot.
and queen f3, no?
Why not bishop g5?
Bishop g5. Yeah. Rook c1, unexpected surprise, but it's not surprising that it's winning for white. With the knight on a7,
Yeah, on the rook on a8.
defense is very difficult.
What a game by Fabiano. Going down on the clock. It's only 4 minutes left, but he calculated it. But bishop takes g6, sacrificing a rook and a bishop.
Beautiful.
With a check.
Yes. And rook d5, you predicted that as a defensive tool by Vichy, making it more complicated for Fabi, but it still seems to be...
So can I predict something for
Forcing
Vichy?
Yes, let's see.
That's a hard one. Well, definitely. What happens after queen b4? If I play
Why not queen c1?
queen c1, bishop c1?
H takes g6?
Ah! You're better at predicting Vichy's moves.
No, queen h5, right?
But wait, no, wait.
Black can even survive.
Black can
simply.
even survive.
Easily.
Wow, might be a perpetual then.
So what about bishop? Well, probably here white should be giving check first, or bishop e4.
No,
No,
rook
bishop
g5.
e4, rook g5. So this check here, and then...
Knight has to come back to the game, but bishop h6.
But you have no time for it. That's the only worry for... Well, bishop d6, bishop f4.
Rook g5, queen f3, yeah?
Well, queen g5 is also not bad, actually. Maybe.
Too
Well,
much, I think.
Too much. King g7. Well, queen f3 is more than enough.
So not even queen takes c1.
So queen c1 probably will follow.
You think it will be played?
Oh, what about bishop f7? Ah, you can't play king f8 because due to
G8.
bishop h6.
But queen g8
But there was a pin or not? Ah, not a pin. Sorry. Ah, yeah. I had a, I
Here-
thought the bishop is on g5. I had some mental
Yeah.
block. Yeah. Queen
What's
g8
your
is-
prediction for Vichy then, after rook c1? Is there a move?
It's definitely not
And Vichy is ready soon to make a move.
not very obvious. Well, I guess taking or prolong the game, so he has to take, but
And the outcome?
white will win because the position is winning.
Well, he has only 4 minutes, but I also have the feeling that he's very focused on...
And this is basically attack, which is
He's a good calculator also.
Yeah. Not very pleasant to face such attack.
Wonder if Vichy will make any quick move.
So
But it's not.
queen a5 is forced mate somehow because of bishop a7, bishop
H6.
Ah, yes. Rook g5, bishop g5. Yeah. Simple as that.
And queen e5.
Well,
Vichy played rook to g5.
we talked about this and we said bishop f7 check.
Yeah, bishop f7 check is the killer.
Check and bishop g5.
Yeah, it's the most obvious and most efficient. Well, as tradition goes on this note, when the things are clear,
Thank you very much
That's
for
how
joining
it-
us, Levin, and good luck against these two players tomorrow and the day after.
thank you guys.
Good luck and congratulations.
Thanks.
So we had a move.
What a game.
And
Fabiano
actually queen
giving up the
f3
rook
was
and the
played,
bishop.
not check on f7.
Oh,
So
interesting. Well, the rook is hanging with the check, and the queen is still hanging, and the g5 rook is hanging too. Everything is hanging.
yeah, both all rooks, queen, everything.
Well, it's just incredible how Fabiano went for it. Obviously, he is extremely good at calculation. It has always been one of his best skills.
On the other hand, if something would be going wrong for him, then he's in huge trouble with his time
Yeah.
because he has 3.5 minutes, not more than that. So after queen f3, Black should be moving away with his queen. The question is if he can go to queen e6, allowing white to take with the check, king g7, and now where is he going to move with his bishop? If bishop g5, well, actually this is also most likely winning for white. And actually this is what we are having on the board after queen a8, king g7. And is he going to take on g5, or is there anything else? Bishop e4 is also possible immediately. Keep the knight under attack and the rook, or bishop d3 is also something to consider, definitely. But bishop g5 is the move which actually can be taking material right now.
And it's 2 minutes 45 seconds left for the world champion challenger, but he has made a move.
He made bishop d3. Still keeping all tension, attacking the knight on a7 and keep under attack the rook. But now queen d5.
Yes, this is what we were looking at before.
Yeah, and this is the saving move. Did he blunder queen d5?
Really?
Well, white still has a huge advantage after takes, and bishop a6, but it's already by far not we were discussing before. And what was played? What was
Queen
played?
d5
Queen
indeed
d5
by
is on
Vichy.
the board.
Whoa.
So he
Is he
may
escaping?
save the game.
It's 2.5 minutes left for Fabiano Caruana, and he may have missed queen d5 as a defensive resource.
And this is what I had, what I was thinking, that if he's blundering, and I'm pretty sure he did, this is already a problem when you have only 2.5 minutes.
And this is still only move 34. He has
And
to play
finally
6
you
more
can
moves.
see that Anand is getting his energy back, that he has some chances again to save the game. And it looks much, much better than it looked just a few moves ago. Now rook b1 is also something to consider. That also looks very strong. But I'm afraid black will just go knight b5, bishop takes, and then d3. So definitely there are great chances for black. Actually, this will be drawn by Anand, as bishop d6 is also coming to exchange the pieces. This would be really, really hurting for Fabiano if he's not going to win this. And right now, Vichy has very good chances to save the game. I believe that white will have to go bishop a6, but unfortunately for white, c4 is possible, and taking a pawn back on a5.
I still can't believe that Fabiano missed it. Can we just go back to that moment quickly and what he had to do instead?
Here, instead of bishop d3, I think bishop e4, or simply he should have been taking the rook instantly. He did take on a6, but now Vichy will save the game, I have the feeling.
It's a minute left for Fabiano Caruana, 12.5 minutes for Vichy Anand. It's move 36, 4 more moves till the increment. But this position is a whole lot of a different story.
Well, it's the main question is whether really black can save with... Actually, bishop d6 might be also a possibility right now, and if takes, and for now the bishop is under attack, so if white goes bishop c4, then still the a5 pawn is extremely powerful, so it can be a problem for black.
It can be a problem, but at least the game is still going on for Vichy from a position where it looked like he had to resign shortly.
Well, c4 is the big question. Did he make this move, c4? And c4 is on the board, so he's grabbing He's grabbing that pawn. Bishop c4, rook a5. I think rook e1 will be the move. So for the moment, of course, it will be still difficult for black, because if the black bishop will be moving somewhere, rook e8 is coming, and actually it's a threat of one move mate. So probably after rook e1, black will have to go, or will go probably, bishop to f8, and rook b1 is very powerful. So still now black has a very difficult situation. Or actually even after rook a5, immediately playing rook b1. Maybe that's the strongest. Immediately go forward to play rook b7.
Still some chances for Fabiano, but he's down to 36 seconds.
Well, this will be memorable game for many reasons, but the question is what will be the final result of this game. Bishop d3, rook c7 was a threat, knight b5, and knight is heading to c3. Rook c6, I believe, was rook c6. Rook c6, very strong move, just in case that if black, but still black can go knight c3. And after rook c7, knight d5. So actually black is just saving, I think.
Knight c3 indeed played by Vishy, heading toward d5.
Very difficult. How is white going to be playing?
And our Armageddon game will begin in a minute between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Grischuk. But this also feels like an Armageddon with Fabi having 19 seconds, Vishy 10.5 minutes. And he's asking for more water, Vishy Anand. We all have the same oxygenized water. It's good for the brain, extra oxygen.
Well, Vishy did not stay this optimistic for the last 10 moves, I believe. They got even double.
Yeah.
I know they just got some water.
It's nice of the arbiter to bring water for both players. And our Armageddon game.
It is very upsetting for white to have to be playing this with 19 seconds on the clock, and he had such a beautiful, fantastic sacrifice.
Yeah, certainly.
Done.
I was just going to say that in the right corner we have the Armageddon game between Vachier and Grischuk. So we'll be looking at the two games at the same time, trying to keep an eye for now on the Caruana Anand game. And after the opening stage is over in the Armageddon, I think we can switch.
Well, now great chances for Anand, but for now it's still not easy for him to save the game, as after bishop d6, rook d6, and he cannot stop white playing rook d7.
Oh, just what a change in the position from a mating attack to having to have to play an endgame. Fabi must be furious. He's down to 17 seconds.
I think rook a7 can be maybe the best defense.
Oh, this is brilliant. I love this camera angle. We have both games at the same time, right next to each other.
But for the moment, we stay with the Caruana until they play the opening. Probably for some minutes there will be no decisive happenings.
Yeah.
Though we never know.
Oh, in Grischuk's game, bishop h6 against Caruana. That was right after the opening. It feels like they are right next to each other, but I think that's just an optical illusion that the chairs of Anand and Vachier are touching.
Yeah. Yeah. But they are both in heavy time trouble. It's a very big question how Fabiano can create chances, and actually he may even lose on time if he's he will be
17 seconds left. And this is move 41. He has just
from
made
now
it.
on he gets 10 seconds after every move.
And in the Armageddon, just a reminder, Bashir starts with 10 minutes, Gwishuk has 7 minutes, and an increment comes in only from move 61. Just gonna quickly check how the position is in the Armageddon. Yeah, I think we still have time to go there. Although Vishy is not making a move, so we may want to be switching back and forth. How do you see that, Judith?
In the other game, it's not much things happening so far, but we can go and switch there, and in the meantime, we get back when something happens with Anand. So it is a symmetrical position, which actually Alexander plays pretty well and has quite a lot of experience in. And White is playing extremely fast. Both knights are in the center, which is a good thing. Bishop b5 activating his bishop, putting pressure on the e2. White played just rook e1, and the plan is in the long run probably to go rook d1 and playing f3 and e4 at some point of the game. But of course, Maxim is in the must-win situation, which is very unpleasant. It's not easy at all. Right now, the pawn is given by black, but actually it would be a perpetual chase of the queen if black
So
would...
White cannot go for that. Rook a c1 by Bashir, rook takes c1, rook takes c1.
But interestingly enough, you see the players that if they would have like 3 minutes against 2,
Yeah.
they are nervous, they're playing extremely fast, and actually it was a pawn sacrifice by Maxim, or actually probably not a real sacrifice because he's going to grab back the pawn on a7. But for now, black is not really afraid of queen a7. Bishop a6 could be the right move, and we have queen a7 on the board. In the meantime...
There's some moves in the Caruana Anand game.
But actually Anand played it very well, having his rook through a7 to d7, controlling, having all the safety, and actually black is not going to have too much of a problem, I think. Still, the bishop pair is very strong, but the rook on d7 is very important, though it can be kicked out by playing bishop f5. For the moment, black is playing d3, he's going to go d2, and I think at the first possible moment he's going to be exchanging the bishop on d6.
Fabian is down to 6 seconds. There's a 10-second increment. 3, 2. I hope he's not flagging. Okay, he made a move with 5 seconds on the clock.
Bishop f5. Now I believe d2 may be the move, or just going rook d8. I wonder what really happened. d2, rook d1. Now the rook will be moving to d4 probably, and it is on d4, and black wants to go bishop d6. Well, I hope that white is not going to lose this game, because that would be extremely painful. Black wants to go knight a2, knight c3. White has 15 seconds. It's awfully difficult to play it with white. Maybe white should be going f3 or f4, just in case that he can come back with his bishop to f2 and e3 and trying to get the pawn on d2. But it will not be so simple, as after f3, for example, black can go knight a2, and after bishop c2 already knight c3 takes, and actually bishop c2. So
Yeah,
white
just in time
would be...
trapping the knight, and the pawn doesn't promote. I think we have a pretty move in the Bashir game as
Actually,
well, knight c6.
even here, it's white is having trouble.
Oh,
Or,
even here?
well, bishop e5 has to be played, and then bishop d1, and then it would be a draw. And actually, right now, there, bishop b4 probably will be the move, but bishop b1, knight c3, rook d2. So I'm expecting bishop b1. Actually, white played king g2 instead. So white has 31 seconds. I'm worried about white that he's going to make a blunder, possibly. Yeah. After rook e8, white is just going to be king f3, just in time to defend his bishop.
definitely a very difficult situation for the world champion challenger. But we also have the Armageddon game between Bashir and Grishuk. Knight c6 is a pretty move.
Yeah, a
made
few
by
moves ago,
Maxime.
knight c6, a nice move, which gives surprise for black. It is kind of strange to see such a move on the board. And black played g5, bishop e3, knight d6, and a4 is unpleasant because the white pawns can be fast. Knight on c4 stands extremely well. But now the question is, well, yeah, rook c4 takes, bishop c6, queen c4. It's definitely a position what white likes to have.
In Fabiano's game, it is the endgame that you were describing with the d2 pawn
Well,
still on the board.
white would be already happy with a draw, I believe.
Because that means an Armageddon. Fabiano now has to save this game, the one where he was having a winning attack and he missed queen d5.
He is having a worse position. It will be difficult for him. But I don't know whether probably he does not have real danger. White would be playing rook a1 or rook b1. He still can come back with his king. He's controlling the d1. He tries to get to the 7th rank with his rook. But for now, he went king e3. What a saving by Anand. He needed Fabi a lot to save this.
Yeah, to blunder queen d5. Defensive resource. As you said, if Fabi was not going to win directly, going down that much on the clock, only 4 minutes left in a winning position, but he had no time to calculate anymore.
No, the problem is in such a case is that if you blunder something, a move, and that it just it's not over, but it is extremely difficult to handle it. And actually, after queen d5, I'm not even sure that white was. I mean, he was still better, but well, he ended up in a worse position, or well, moreover, it's just it is going to be a draw. Actually, I don't think black will be able to push it too hard.
Yes, but for Vichy, even a draw in this game seems to be a victory. Although they will have to play their Armageddon game. So let's now switch to the Armageddon that's going on right now between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Grishuk. Vachier in a must-win situation. And how are they doing in terms of time? Vachier and Grishuk?
Well, we have this position where white gave up, sacrificed an exchange. Now the question is whether, well, actually there's not much question. He just has to play d5 because he cannot go b5 because the a5 pawn is under attack and it will be taken. The question is whether can white go a6 and after takes, a7, rook a6 and just simply play d5, and can black stop the white pawn? This is the big question. And he played a6. And he played a6. What a sacrifice in a blitz game, 4 minutes on the clock, and the winning move. And he's not taking. He's not taking because he cannot. So e6 was played. Wonderful move, a6. Wonderful move.
With 5 minutes for Vachier, only a minute and a half for Grishuk.
Now it seems that after b5, I doubted that Alexander will be able to hold it. And it's not primarily because of his time, but it's because of the position. White played king g2 so professionally, don't even think about checks. But in the next moves, queen c5 is a threat, d5 is a threat. So it will be very difficult to save the game for Alexander. a6, he deserves that he wins the game.
It's finally an Armageddon that goes well for the Frenchman with the white pieces. He chose to have more white pieces.
And actually we have even a nice combination.
Beautiful.
Queen d8, a7. Beautiful finish and beautiful tactical skills by Maxime. Probably we will have him in the studio and explaining his beautiful move a6, which he just did. Few moves. This was the crucial a6. Beautiful. So let's go back
to the only game that remains. Caruana against Anand.
Well, I don't know how Black can even try to improve his position, because actually I don't see that anything really can happen to White. White is just keeping his bishop on on g6. I wonder what Vichy will have in mind. I don't think they will be playing long. I don't see anything really. Black can try to go rook e7, rook c7, rook c1, but only a blunder can make Vichy won the game. But even here, like bishop g6, even if White would be, let's say, going king b2 and Black can go rook c1, and rook c1 is not possible because of bishop a3, White is just able, after rook c1, to come back bishop c2. And, well, this is what actually Black is playing, to be honest. Then maybe Black has some chance, actually. So this is one of the trick which Black should be playing for, because then Black will be actually taking. So this is the only way that White can go wrong.
And there's still a possibility with Fabiano having only 33 seconds. Oh, and there's a handshake, so we will not see
okay,
that
so it's
tested.
a draw.
It is a draw.
It is a draw.
And that will mean one more Armageddon game for today. Exciting. That will start in about 15 minutes. We will announce the exact time. And we are hoping to have the French #1 joining us soon in the studio to explain this very well played Armageddon game against Alexander Grishuk. But before he joins us, we will go for a quick break. Remember, we will have Maxim Veslagrov joining us, I believe, and then the Armageddon game where Caruana is in a must-win situation after having spoiled his winning attack.
Wonderful attack. Wonderful attack.
It could have been a perfectly played game, but he missed queen d5. We'll recap that game and Maxim's game shortly, but this is a quick break for now.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder. D4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer står E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kung C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Congratulations to Maxim Verstagraph for winning his Armageddon game against Grishuk in style. That was a beautiful game, Maxim. Would you like to talk about the classical game a little bit and then focus on the Armageddon?
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm a bit embarrassed about H3, of course.
Why so?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's D3, you know, that after E5...
We thought you were just being tricky with the move order.
yeah, I was being tricked.
You were tricked.
Yeah, I mean, I just tricked myself.
Okay.
I mean, I had this line running, but I always mix up something in the move order, and today was no exception. So I tried to play like this, but I was not very convinced about what I did. Like, even C3, I mean, this, for instance, was kind of worrying me. I think I wanted something a bit crazy like bishop e3 and if g4 knight h4, but I was not quite certain about how this would turn out.
So very surprised on a5?
A little bit, but at the same time it has a very sound idea. If I just castle, let him play a4, I'm just, I guess, worse. So I played a4 myself.
I thought this was the only move, practically, no?
I mean, not exactly, because sometimes after a4 I might have some sort of counterplay, but yeah, I prefer not to allow it. And then it was his turn to blunder something when he played b4. I mean, he just blundered bishop takes b4. It was clear by his face, and he even told me so after the game. But I guess I'm already sort of out of the woods because I will take on d6. These pawns are sort of weak, so actually b5 surprised me in this sense. But of course, if he thought bishop a3 was, he could answer before against bishop a3. That makes more sense. And yeah, here I might not have been the most precise. Maybe I should go calmly ok2 or ok3, but I was not quite sure that this should be better for me, so I went for this. No, rook c5 is not that great. g5 also lost bishop d7, and the knight comes to d6. Yes, this is fine. But the way I played, I was almost losing the track again. I mean, I have to do something, and if I go rook e3, I think this was a bit unpleasant, because this was my first intention. And here, after d3, knight e5, and I wasn't sure about my position. And then, well, I mean, I'll just mention the move repetition, which was quite pretty. So it's actually quite forcing, because when I put my knight on the 7th rank, I do threaten queen c7. So he has to play queen d6 or queen b6. And queen d4 threatens queen c4, so queen d4 is a very natural move to make. He shouldn't allow queen c3, so it's kind of forcing move repetition, which I think hasn't been seen elsewhere.
Yeah, it's nice, kind of.
Very nice way to repeat moves, and now we would like to see the Armageddon, which was even nicer.
Yeah, I mean, I was not sure about my opening, so I didn't really, you know. I just thought, let's play fast this time.
That's because at least in this sort of position, there's always some kind of play. So I was not worried about things getting too dry. And I mean, I could have been concerned about getting worse, but that was another issue. And yeah, I took this decision to allow bishop e2, to play queen a7. I missed queen e8, but actually after knight c6 now, the thing is queen on e8 is on a bad spot. I think I can either go bishop h6, no, bishop h6, queen a, but queen takes c6, and now this b pawn is free to go. To get launched.
Knight c6 was a nice move.
Yeah, I mean, it was created out of necessity because I cannot allow queen a4.
Well, sometimes best things happen that way, right?
Yeah. And yeah, then Sasha lost track. And yeah, g5, knight d6 looks wrong.
Didn't Black play bishop d4
Which moment?
on knight c6?
What? Bishop
Bishop d4
what?
and e5.
Oh,
Oh, bishop c6. Probably b5 is also, yeah.
I mean, even bishop e3, I mean,
Yeah.
no, I didn't. So it just goes knight d6, and then after e4, yeah. I mean, it can go bishop c4, but then my knight comes back to e5, and this pawn
Yeah.
structure is very dangerous for him. Also, g5 has been played, which doesn't help. And yeah, I mean, this of
Yeah, and
course
here
is
after
very
knight rook
natural.
c4 it was.
Yeah, yeah, it just lost. I mean, I have two very, very pretty pawns.
Yeah, but you could have gone wrong if you don't go a5, a6, no?
I mean,
make your life
no,
more
but
difficult.
I mean, I could play this as well.
Yes,
Same idea.
but it's the same idea, exactly.
Yeah. No, I mean, once I played a5, I knew I had to
Win the game.
to play with a6, but also, I mean, after d5, e6, I can play queen g4. This must be winning as well.
Yeah, with those pawns on the queen
Oh,
side and such
bishop
bishops.
c5. I mean, any reasonable move should be winning with these pawns, but it's always good to play something that you can calculate until the end.
It's a beautiful move. Very well played, Maxime. And you said that you even had some time to look at the Caruana Anand game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pity for Fabi. He played, I think, a great attacking game. I was not so convinced by everything that happened, but then he played this great rook sacrifice that should have been winning. He probably blundered a couple of things due to lack of time. But yeah, I was not so sure if he was better or anything in the early middle game, but the position was complicated enough.
And you saw it here at bishop takes g6, I assume, if Judith, can you?
Yeah, here.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I saw this. I assume Vichy's only chance should have been this, but it's probably just lost after queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
Yeah, and if rook
So
f8.
Judith's move here in the studio.
Yeah, rook f8, but bishop, rook c5 is a
Rook
threat.
c5 is the killer.
Yeah. No, then this is.
No, rook d5 was a good practical chance, and it seems
Yeah.
the d5 square saved Anand from this game.
Twice,
Playing
yes,
rook
the
d5
d5 square.
did not really save it yet, but then the next time with queen d5 he
Yeah,
actually
but this
could save it.
This shouldn't have saved him, I guess, but it happened. Yeah, I mean, I guess here's the most convincing was bishop e4, then this should be winning. Or, as you mentioned, bishop f7 and then queen f3.
Queen f3, bishop g5, both
Yeah.
are quite painful for black.
And this will mean an Armageddon that starts at 9:25 local time. That is in about 8 minutes. Will you want to stay for the Armageddon, or we should let you go before that, Maxime?
No, I can stay.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
That's great.
How did you see the other games of the round? Let's have a recap of what happened today.
Well, I mean, there was one game I didn't understand much about.
Mama game. It was
No, I
also
mean,
very beautiful.
Yeah, this is a line I know, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to say we because of course I don't remember anything. But I mean, I don't know where they
What was
deviated
said,
from command.
Queen E1 was kind of 1 or 2 games with not
Yes.
on the highest level.
Yeah,
And interestingly enough, after Bishop D3, move 23,
yeah,
Dingliran said that knight A4 is already the
decisive.
mistake.
Yeah, I mean, this is very possible. It's
Says
this
Bishop F6 was possible.
It's the kind of positions where
Yeah, one move and it's over.
yeah.
And he was talking about Bishop E5 as well, that wasn't the first choice of the engine. So already
Yeah.
there it starts slipping out.
The move before.
Yeah.
And then knight A4. So the combination of those two moves led to a
Yeah.
disaster for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, I mean, he ended it nicely. I saw this.
Yeah, Bishop B3.
Yeah, this is very nice. And Rook D6 also, because this was
Yes. He blundered
another.
knight F6.
Yeah,
It's possible to blunder, to be honest.
yeah, it was a
It
nice.
is. It's a nice
Cheapo.
saving try.
But Rook D6, yeah, clear.
Yeah, with such a bishops, it's no surprise that black cannot save.
Yeah, we don't need to say much about the classical game between Magnus and.
Wesley.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was not. But also the actually.
Yeah, no, F4 is a move that was played by AlphaZero, I think, against Stockfish. It's in the book Game Changer. It's mentioned. I also actually knew about this move even before AlphaZero, so
So you are
Sometimes.
AlphaZero.
What do you think?
I'm not even near AlphaZero.
No. What do you think? How much does it influence modern chess, AlphaZero?
I mean, it is AlphaZero and Lila. Yeah, it's some sort of. I mean, it's a beginning of a revolution, but I don't know yet how, to which extent.
Are the
But
top
yeah,
players
Bishop
using
F2.
Lila engine?
Oh
And
yeah.
do you use it
Oh, yeah.
for your
Ah,
preparations?
yeah. I mean, not everyone yet, but I think this will.
And do you
we'll all
feel
make the
that
switch soon.
it's a lot different than the other engines?
I mean, there are not that many differences, but of course, you know, in some of situations where we're stuck, it's nice to have another output.
Relook, yeah.
So yeah, anyway, Bishop F4. I mean, I understand he was afraid, but
But still,
not
probably
to
it
take
has
this
to be
pawn.
done.
Yeah. I mean, I think AlphaZero
Going
was
back,
going
not
this.
knight D-
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not completely certain, but yeah, I think the idea is knight A5, knight B3. And, you know, this is why you play F4.
How much do you think it will change the future chess giving up pawns like that for long-term compensation?
Well,
Because Magnus is doing this
yeah.
pretty frequently already.
yeah, well, it's not so easy to prove it over the board, but in this kind of positions, it also gets very concrete. So with good preparation, this sort of things you can do. And Levon, yeah, Levon was very smooth. I got a bit concerned for him when there was all this preparation going on, but
So it means before, next to your game while you were playing it, you had pretty lot of time to observing the other happenings on other matches.
well, I always find the time. I don't know if I should, but so anyway, yeah. I mean,
Probably
around
F4.
here, of course, I thought
Yeah.
it'd be fine. Here F4, yeah.
Well, I mean, probably to give up the pawn is you're not getting anything.
Maybe
mean,
you can
after-
start with,
That's what he played, knight f5, queen e6,
and now
and now f4.
yeah, maybe.
But probably eventually white will be, well, the g4 pawn might be hanging if you want to come back with the knight. So knight takes d3, knight c5, knight e4.
Oh, the knight goes to e4, yeah. Sorry. Someone missed. Yeah, I mean, I can still castle, but yeah. No, it makes
mean,
more
not
sense
queen G,
to.
yeah.
It makes more sense to play. F4 right away.
Anyway, yeah, knight c5, knight
yeah.
d4.
Maybe also queen h3. Doesn't make any
F5.
sense. Yeah, and then knight e4. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, because now f5
it looks
queen
okay
d2.
for black. Black
Yeah,
is
the
in
knight
time.
on e4 is
Yeah.
always a great weapon. Yeah. And in the game, yeah, this should be. This looks alright.
Yeah,
I mean, I
and
have
queen
no-
h6 was after knight d4. That was.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you go g5, I guess you take.
It takes and go back to h6.
Yeah,
And,
that's what I thought.
yeah, and still this queen e3 getting back material.
Yep. So, yes, I will start very soon.
Yep, the Armageddon game will start in 2 minutes. I think the players must be about to take their seats. So if we go back to the playing hall with our camera and get ready for
So
the
now it's
Armageddon.
And the question is whether Fabi managed to,
Recover.
yeah, just forget about this mishap. And I mean, on the plus side for him, he got a very, very promising position. So, so Vichy needs to know what he's gonna do in the opening, because if he planned to play the same in the Armageddon, it's not gonna be easy.
What do you think? What is the best way of recovering after such a game?
I mean, everyone has his own recipe. You know this, right? Everyone has his way of dealing with this.
Yeah, that's
And-
why I'm asking that. Is it just going out for a walk, or actually now you cannot go up to your room because we are playing it in a music
Yeah.
hall? So, I mean, of course, all of us had this, but still, some players I think can handle it better and some no.
Oh, yeah, that's clear. I think.
But of course, on the top level, you guys can handling it better. That's why you're up there.
No, of course, but yeah, but we have different ways of dealing with, misfortunes. So.
So the players are already sitting at the board, and Anand feels that he escaped from such a position which was mission impossible.
I saw it starting.
Yeah.
E4. So we see probably some willow pass. Now the question is whether it will be open. No, it's not open.
No, it's actually Italian.
Ah, it's Italian.
Yes, not even bishop b5. So
Oh, yeah.
Fabi wanted to switch and go into complications, long game.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. It's a must-win situation. What do you think about the time control? Is it better to play it with this 10 and 7, or let's say 6-5 would be better? Because I
No,
see the
6-5
players
would
playing
be much worse.
extremely. For which side? Or generally?
For white, I mean, I think 5-4 is a requisite if you're going to do 1 minute difference. 5-4 is the standard Armageddon time control.
So that is pretty much balanced, you think?
Sort of, yeah. And 10-7, it seems to be quite balanced as well. No, I like the time control. I cannot blame my losses on the time control. I can only blame them on myself.
But if you look at the games, we looked at your game also, and most of the Armageddon games, the players are playing extremely fast the first 15 moves, and quite a lot of games happens to be blunders and move 20, some decisive situation already, while the players are still having 7-8 minutes, and the other side also 5-6.
Well, it happens, but I mean, white has to put some sort of pressure in the. I mean, sometimes pressure in the early game, so that's why we're playing fast, I guess. But not all of us. Levon takes his time, sometimes a bit too much even. And yeah.
So what do we see here?
In some sort of Italian, it's always hard to give an assessment in this.
With which color is it easier to play? I think it's
This-
with black, no?
This sort of positions maybe, but
Knight will show up on f4 possibly.
yeah. Also,
Queen on
one thing that
f6.
Vichy is good at is playing extremely fast and not blundering.
Yeah. He's extremely stable
Yeah.
as a rock.
That's what
Rook
Levon
b1.
said. He is happy that he doesn't have white against Vichy in the last round.
Rook b1. So is Vichy going to take this bishop, or he's going to go knight
No,
f4?
not yet. And first of all, you can go knight e6.
That's a
But
trap.
bishop d5, bishop d5.
That's what the trap he wants to have.
Yeah, well, I mean, even there.
Even this, I don't know.
Rook b8. It's not.
Not a complete trap. But we have queen
Yeah,
f6.
he played queen f6, which
Yeah, that's
I know
always
is.
good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the Magnus against Dink Armageddon. Not exactly the same.
Well, threat is knight g3 and g4.
Yeah, I mean.
Probably castle.
Yeah, castle is thematic in these positions. Also, of course, here you do allow bishop g4, knight e6, knight f4, which you might not.
Yeah. Will black castle?
Black doesn't need.
Maybe after castle, black will also castle. But we have d4.
d4. Yeah, but then I
D4.
thought simply knight g3 and g4. No.
And actually, that's what we are heading to. Knight g3, h takes g3. And we have g4 on
Yeah.
the board. So now
Knight
it is a
h4.
pawn sacrifice.
Another
Yeah.
pawn sacrifice, capture on
So
d4.
Takes probably bishop d4
And no
short
castle, yeah. I mean, white's king is very safe in these positions, but. But here it's a much worse version of what Magnus got.
Castle.
Yeah. So now probably some king h2 and f4 will happen.
Yeah, that seems to be. And we are thinking
King
h1.
h1. Okay.
But with
I
the
mean,
same
it makes
idea.
sense, yeah.
Yeah.
It's maybe a bit safer.
c6 by Vichy.
Because, yeah, actually king h2, maybe bishop takes f2 was possible. Although I
And
wouldn't
bishop
bet my
f3?
life.
Bishop g3.
I wouldn't bet my life on it, but maybe.
So is it f3 or f4 going to be?
I mean f4. Yeah, you should go f4, I think. Because you have anyway threats of e5 and knight e4.
And
So,
f4 is on the board.
yeah, I don't like c6 so much. I think it's
Well,
a bit
now
slow.
probably e5, knight e4.
No, I mean you have to
f5.
take on f3. You cannot allow e5, knight e4.
Well, if takes. He's not taking. Bishop e6 or something he's going to do. You want to go bishop e5, yeah?
No,
Or
bishop
you-
e5, knight e5, and knight g6.
knight g6?
But I thought just bishop c5 maybe. But anyway, he played d5.
d5.
Yeah, d5 I thought about it, but
But what about
e5.
e5?
Yeah,
e5, bishop d3. Or
I mean also
It
e
can be.
takes d5. What's wrong with e takes d5?
d5 is a strange reaction.
Yeah, I think you just.
Bishop d3, also keeping tension is not a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
e5
Yeah.
is possible.
I mean, I would probably have taken on d5 and free pawn.
Yeah. We've learned it in the last few days already.
Queen g7 by Vichy.
Okay, if e5 f5, I guess this is his idea, but no, this is very suspicious. Just queen c2. So e5, I think.
Well, e5 should be coming, or white can maybe prolong it for one more move.
Yeah, no, this
Queen
looks.
c2.
But queen c2, maybe bishop f6, and then bishop h4 is a threat. So I think he should play e5.
e5.
Yeah,
E5?
and that's what he does. f5, yeah, but
F5.
this is looking very bad. Queen c2.
Queen c2.
I mean, it's like my blitz game
And
against
it's done.
Magnus, but much worse. So like now knight b3.
So knight b3.
And rook c1.
Yes, because for the moment, black cannot occupy his
I think he just
square.
lost.
Yeah, Vichy is having big problems today in both games. The first one he escaped.
Bishop e3.
Knight a5.
Just
Or
rook
rook
f1, yeah. Brings that bishop back on a7. d4 knight c5. You don't want to. I mean,
Yes,
I
but in any
don't-
way, it's going to be very difficult. Even knight c5. No?
Yeah.
Actually, even without rook e1, knight c5 is maybe.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you go rook e1? I mean, it's better on e1 than on f1. Supports e6.
Can
I mean,
for now, white has 5.5 minutes.
I mean, we can imagine some position like this. I don't know how likely this is.
Rook e1 was played.
Yeah,
bishop a7.
I mean, this would be
Maybe
a nightmare
happening.
simply.
Yeah. With rook b6 and so on. And
He
a5.
actually plays a5
He
right
played
away,
a5.
which I was going to mention. This is
And well, yeah, black queen is tied down.
because
to
knight
f7.
e6 is not possible. So bishop
Bishop
e6, knight c5. Yeah, actually we're getting.
Yeah, the same position that you mentioned.
Yeah, he just didn't want to roll a5.
Very difficult situation for
Yeah.
black. And
No, it
white
just
will
lost.
be-
I mean,
Also, the time advantage is still on Fabi's side, and the position. It
it
seems he
seems,
recovered from the classical game, the mischance.
No, I mean, it just looks winning to me. I don't see any.
Well, probably black wants to exchange. Rook e8.
Yes, queen f8, but you can just play queen c2 here, and
And the pawn is gone.
this,
Mm-hmm.
and
And
he
he-
might resign here because
Yeah.
I would definitely consider it.
Well, it was a blunder, but it was already a horror position for black.
He will play queen a3 maybe. That's what I would do. Oh, okay,
Rook
so
a7. It's interesting, this queen a3, what you say, because this is what Anand blundered against UEND, right?
Yeah.
F4 and queen h3, so he could kind of try queen a3 himself. But now it looks really bad for white, for black.
Yeah, trade on f5 and
He
h5.
played h5,
Yeah.
but there is not much hope, I believe. Knight h4 in a stable
this is
square.
very, maybe not my favorite move, knight h4. Because
Well, he doesn't want to have h4 in
I
this
understand,
game.
yeah.
Safety first, right?
Yeah, yeah.
On other hand, it's a must-win situation, so he cannot ruin his game.
That rook takes a6, I guess. I guess this is what he will do.
Take the pawns, right?
No.
No, he goes f5. He doesn't want to see knight d6 and knight e6 and any chances. And queen a3 finally appeared
Yeah, but
on the board.
no.
And after f6,
Queen g3. You managed
knight
to.
I've managed the blunder.
Yeah, king h2 is very.
Safe and sound.
So
Queen
king
takes
should have been on
a5.
h2, right?
Not the way
Queen
it
takes
works.
a5 by Vichy and rook to b1.
He came back all the way from b6,
Queen
and now
c7.
it's time to go f6.
Yeah, but there's no actual, pin. I mean, not pin, but discovered attack because of the pawn on g3. So f6, rook
Rook
g5.
g5, so the e5 pawn is getting in trouble a little bit.
Okay, f5 is not a great idea. I mean, even if it's still probably winning, but e6.
E6.
Yeah.
4 minutes for Fabiano, 2.5 for Vichy.
Queen e7, no. Queen
Queen
c3.
c3.
Rook f8, rook
Knight
b8.
no, g6 sometimes also.
No.
But we don't go. We keep the
Take
knight
and
on
h4.
h4.
No, queen c3, rook f8, and no, I think rook b8 is very strong.
Yeah, and it is happening. Awful position for black.
c5.
c5.
Yeah, but just queen e5.
Well, now actually f6 would be winning, no? Rook f6.
Rook f6.
Rook d8.
Queen e5
Oh,
by
nice, yeah.
Caruana.
e7.
Yeah, but you don't need this.
Yeah.
But nice.
Yeah, this is not very often that you get such beautiful pawns. And now already some time, extra time, seconds. Oh no, it's from 61.
No,
From
it's
move
not
61.
61, sorry.
Yeah.
It's not that they would need it.
Yeah, the game will be over before they reach move 61.
Probably, yeah.
d4 by Vichy.
So f6 should be played, I
f6?
guess.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore?
Because after e7, queen takes e7 is possible. and it should be winning.
Ah,
but
yeah, that's true. Queen d5 is played, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have probably considered knight g6 already, but queen d5 looks very strong.
King h7.
And now knight g6. Maybe it's time.
Rook e5 is also not bad.
Yeah, rook e5 with the idea f6, of course. You will play it.
Yeah.
If queen f6, queen takes c5, and little by little.
3 minutes for Fabiano, 1.5 minutes left for Vishy Anand.
Queen f6. So maybe
Oh,
now
e7.
it's time
e7, yeah,
Yeah.
and knight g6 at the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks convincing enough.
If he plays e7, then there is no way that he's
Well,
not
I mean,
going to
if
win
he
that.
plays queen takes c5, I think there's also no way.
That must be what Fabiano is calculating. He knows that he has the win, but after the missed chance in the classical game, it makes
wants
sense
to
to
make
double
sure.
check.
Yeah.
But I think he is going to go e7.
No, knight g6.
Knight
Knight
g6.
g6. Well, it's also not a big mistake.
Yeah, it's not a mistake at all. I think Vishy had enough.
Well, it's hard to fight on in such a position, I believe.
And
And he
Vishy Anand
resigned.
resigns. Fabiano Caruana wins the Armageddon, gets 1.5 points, and Vishy receives half a point. But what a missed chance still in the classical game.
No, it's not his first win in the Armageddon because he won against Sasha.
Yeah.
Yeah, but almost
Moreover-
his first win.
Moreover, Sasha lost against him.
Yeah.
Maxime, how do you see the tournament so far? And you were the one who could choose the color, so we keep going back to that. If you're happy with having more white, or would you now to pick black if you could
I'm happy with
choose?
my number of whites. I'm unhappy with my play, but at least in the classical games. So, you know.
It's better to have white in the classical games at least.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much for joining us for the Armageddon game, and we wish you good luck for the remaining 2 games.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Good luck.
Thank you. I wonder if Fabiano
We
will
have
join us, so we will
already-
wait for the World Champion Challenger.
He is already
To come
coming
by.
on his way.
Yes, so we have plenty of things to discuss. His beautiful game in the classical portion against Vishy Anand, and then the Armageddon. He had to win this match twice against the former world champion, but he will join our studio, the World Championship Challenger, world number 2, Fabiano Caruana.
Hi, nice to have you here. Congratulations. First, I think we should go for your classical game, if we may. You played some very beautiful combination, but if you can show what were the critical moments from your point of view.
I mean, it's just a bad position after he plays. I mean, I played a new move and he made a mistake, knight d2, and he has a bad position for the rest of the game, basically. I mean, I don't think it's as bad as it got later, but I think everything was more or less correct. I mean, I
Bishop
guess
c3 was an important part.
Yeah.
What happened after d4?
d4 is always bad. I mean, even
Because
if
of
I
the
just go
pin.
back or anything. I mean, he's not even attacking my bishop now.
Yes,
And I always have
that's
e6,
true.
so he just
Yeah.
opens up my bishop. I thought rook d8 instead of rook fd8 was better, but I understand why he wanted to go rook fd8, but I think his reasoning was a bit flawed. Basically, there was some line like this, where black has to break the pin, and because queen c6, queen c6, knight d4 or something, I think this was his reasoning, that there's some position like this, where he has bishop f8 if he moves other rook. But I still think that like this bishop f6, rook e6, and
Rook d6.
or queen d7 or something, or no, not queen d7, or queen c4. But
Queen d7 is possible.
it seemed like maybe this was a better choice, because here in the game it's just, I mean, the problem is if he plays like here, I just do this. I thought this was quite nice and I like this idea. I just go back and he has no moves. I threaten this, knight d4 comes and I...
Well, when he played knight a7, it looked pretty much of a desperation for black.
Yeah, and I still had to play, I think, this nice idea, and I was just crumbling down for him because bishop g4 e6 comes, and there's some nice tactics, like it looks like he's holding it together, but then this comes e7 and rook e6 and everything falls apart. So I think he played in the only way which doesn't like lose on the spot. I mean, I could go for this position, which is atrocious for black, of course, but I wanted the direct way to win because I'm forcing his queen side to side, and then I start to attack. And yeah, if king g7, I thought like bishop e4, and then basically he, like, let's say he stops queen c7, and I play queen h4. He goes back, and I just take, and queen h6, and...
Well, with knight on a7,
Yeah.
queen on a2, there is not much
yeah,
defense.
and I just made him. So he went for the only chance based on this tactic, but I thought this was winning anyway.
It seemed to be winning. And you played
yeah.
it with a few
Did you
minutes left
blunder
on the
rook
clock.
d5?
No,
or
no, no.
this you've seen?
No, I saw this, and
Rook c1, beautiful move.
yeah, I saw rook c1. I thought I also, when I went to this line, I thought that I had more than one option because this is also playable. Take, and we get this ending. But I thought that rook c1 is more clinical.
And it was a beautiful move, rook c1, but after rook g5...
No, this is really embarrassing.
Bishop f7, right?
Well, yeah, bishop f7 I completely forgot about. This wins on the spot because he goes somewhere here, and my attack
Queen f3
continues.
also.
Yeah, also that. I mean, but even
Yeah.
like this position, my attack continues basically for free.
But queen e5, bishop e7 is also not bad.
Yeah, king h8. Queen.
No, I mean after queen e5. Here, bishop g5, you said queen e5.
Which move? Oh, sorry, I can just take it.
take,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, it's everything is winning.
No, it was a beautiful combination.
Like bishop
rook
h7
c1.
is completely winning
Yeah.
because he can't take queen h4.
Yeah,
I
queen
also
h4.
missed this move. I basically I just panicked a bit because I was low on time and
Yeah. So after queen f3, queen e6, check. After
no, and
queen
here I blundered again. Of course, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I wanted to avoid this position, which is, I'm sure, winning or bishop somewhere.
But technically, it's still.
But it seemed like I'm not winning a6. I wanted the obstacle bishops, and so maybe I realized after the game that this was really crushing because he moves like, let's say this, I take, and I'm sure there's more than one way, but I can just do this, and then my king is safe, g3, and his queen side is falling apart. So I just thought that this was over, and then queen d5 came. I just blundered this move, and then
Yeah, this was
the rest of the
obvious.
game was also embarrassing because I was basically losing.
You were losing at some point?
Well, like, I did a crazy thing somewhere around, like here, which was,
Instead of just exchanging.
yeah, I mean, there's a million ways for this position to be a draw in general.
Yeah.
I mean, I can
Yeah,
take,
just take
and
and rook d6.
I'm sure that he just wanted to go for rook
Yeah,
ending
3 against,
or something like
yeah.
that. Yeah, somewhere here it's like borderline over because I only have one way to not lose on the spot, yeah. And I think I was wondering about this ending near the end. Like, he had one moment.
Well,
here.
if he can bring his rook to c1.
Well, no, his rook was on c1. He brought it to e1.
No, yeah.
But rook e4, f5, rook h4. I have a feeling that his king will now creep in, and he'll eventually zugzwang me, win a pawn. Like if he puts his rook on e1 now and king on g5, I lose the h pawn, and then I assume that it's winning. But I mean, I understand that he probably thought it was a draw. I also I thought it should be a draw, but I was very worried.
Yeah.
But of course, this was a horrible game.
So if you were this worried that in the end it didn't feel that bad to get into an Armageddon.
Yeah, at the end I was kind of relieved. It almost made me forget about
The missed
everything I had
chance.
missed. Yeah.
What were you doing in those 20 minutes that you had between the classical game and the Armageddon? How did you get ready psychologically for the game?
No, the main thing was just to decide on an opening. And I didn't want to go for any sort of open Spanish stuff or whatever else he might have prepared. So, I mean, this is sort of his line, this bishop g5, but it leads to a very messy game. Like, you know, white very often sacks a pawn with d4, like we get...
The way you did it.
Well, yeah, like the way I did it, or there's very often, you know, lines where black will like castle, and white plays d4, black plays g4, knight h4 take, and white has compensation because black's king side is a bit weakened. So I thought it would be an interesting choice. I think we were both on our own very early on, but I kind of like my position after rook b1. I mean, it's awkward, yeah. This rook on a8 is semi-trapped in a way.
Yeah.
And then at least my play was easy here. Like king h1, I mean,
Yeah, it seems like after f4 you.
yeah, it already
Mhm.
seemed dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
and
hard to
then-
stop f4, yeah. And after f4, I thought I'm already better. Maybe he should have played f6, but then knight g6
Well,
is
after
an
f5, it seems that it's just over.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's just he never gets rid of his weaknesses, and my knight is so nice
Yeah.
here. Just it protects everything, and the pressure on this pawn is too much. So yeah, it seemed like a pretty clean game.
Yeah, it was nicely played. It was badly misplayed, the first one. It could have been the beauty prize in this tournament,
Yeah.
I believe.
We were praising you so much because you had only a few minutes left and you went for bishop takes g6. It seemed like you had everything calculated, even rook
Yeah,
b5.
I think you praised me too early.
It was still a brilliant game, and I see that some of the tweets are for you. For instance, Christina Thorstensen saying, "Well done to my favorite player. 2 days in a row, a win in Armageddon, even if the last game were against my second favorite player. Bravo. The Tiger gets a new chance of attack tomorrow. You're both brilliant chess players." Thank you so much for joining us,
Thank you.
Fabiano,
Thank you
and
very
good luck
much.
for the remaining 2 games. It was a long day, so we will let you go.
Thank you.
Have a good rest and good luck.
I also have some other tweets. The one and only Anish Giri tweeted earlier about you, Judith. If we can bring up Anish Giri's tweet, the world number 4, who is not here because of his busy schedule, but he follows the event from the Netherlands, and he said earlier, Judith Polgar is sharp, doesn't let Levon forget his sins, and that is a retweet from Chess24. They were quoting our broadcast, Levon on his chances of overtaking Magnus. His opponents are apparently just handing it to him, and Judith, you responded, you were number 1 in this. Yeah, that was spotted by Anish Giri immediately and retweeted. Thank you so much, Anish, for following the broadcast. And we have an updated cross table from Christopher Grassley comparing the scoring system of Norway Chess to a regular super tournament. And that will end our show. It is Magnus Carlsen who is leading very convincingly with the scoring system that we have here. It wouldn't be the same case if it was a regular tournament, if we can show it to our audience as well. The tweet about the cross table, that will be very helpful. I'm also bringing it up on my screen so that, Judith, you can see as well. If it was a regular tournament, we would have a 3-way tie for the first place. Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, and... oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. Ding
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to saying Magnus would be leading with a 3 or 4-way tie. No, if it was a regular scoring system, we would have Ding Liren as sole leader, and Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, and Wesley So on shared second place instead of the scoring system of Norway Chess this year, rewarding 2 points for a classical win and 1.5 points in case of winning in Armageddon. That means that Magnus Carlsen won 1 game in classical chess and 6 Armageddon matches, 6 out of 6 wins. That as a sole lead for the world champion with 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, but I think right now it's very tricky to make comparison because Magnus is very clearly seeing that he's winning those Armageddon matches.
He's playing with the system.
And
this is the system here.
In other hand, he's trying his best in the classical game as well. He makes some very interesting sacrifices, and he's challenging himself a lot also, I believe. And he's taking risk also, as he did sacrifice in move 8 opponent. He was very much on the edge of having in big trouble and even losing that game. Against Levon Aronian, he was there very much 1 move away from losing. So you can't say that he's making easy draws.
Oh,
he's
definitely not.
Challenging
no one is saying
everybody,
that.
including himself. And he's a real sport person who can really adjust to the changes and win with the circumstances what there is up to.
Indeed, I feel that way as well, that he's trying his best in the classical games, but he is also aware of the scoring system that is 1.5 point if you win with Armageddon, and that has been the key to his success so far. But with 2 rounds to go, we shall see if Levon Aronian can catch Magnus Carlsen and how the rest of the cross table will develop. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, that is 4:45 local time, and make sure to use the hashtag Altibox and hashtag Norway Chess to let us know about your thoughts on today's games, and also also the revolutionary format that Norway Chess has applied for this year's event, the 7th edition of Altibox Norway Chess. And I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Da er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kong C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.